What if the very gods you worshipped were nothing but puppets in a cosmic joke? The myth of Sisyphus, does it echo like a death knell or a clarion call? Here lies a man, shackled not by chains, but by the weight of his own defiance. Picture this, a boulder, colossal, slick with the sweat of 1,000 futile attempts, rolling back down the jagged cliff, an eternal mockery of ambition. What does it mean to be a man cursed to toil endlessly, yet find a sly grin in the absurdity of it all? Sisyphus didn't justify the gods, he twisted their fates with the finesse of a street magician. Think you can hide from divine wrath? Think again. This is not a tale of mere rebellion, it's a high-stakes game played in shadows where the stakes are your very soul. Sisyphus, the trickster, the deceiver, he turned the divine into a punchline. Ever heard of a god getting played? It's not pretty, and it's certainly not expected. Imagine a world where the divine are less omnipotent and more like reality TV stars, flawed, petty, and downright ridiculous. Zeus, with his thunderbolt and ego, caught off guard by a mortal laughing in his face. A mischievous grin that says, "You think I'm your toy? Watch me dance." Sisyphus mastered the art of the smirk, and every time that rock rolled down, he'd shout, "Is that all you've got?" But let's not kid ourselves, this isn't just about one man and one rock. It's a war against the mundane, a rebellion against a cosmic indifference that laughs last. Sisyphus knows the odds, he knows the game is rigged. Yet, he spins it. Each push against that stone is a middle finger raised to the universe. Each slip is a reminder that even in despair, humor finds a way to cut through darkness like a knife. He's not just surviving, he's thriving in irony. What happens when perseverance becomes a punchline? When every effort is a cosmic joke? Picture the gods, seething, plotting. Sisyphus has turned their punishment into his playground. His laughter echoes through the halls of Olympus, a sound that rattles even the mighty. The gods, perched on their thrones, watch as he transforms his punishment into an art form, mocking the very essence of fate. And here lies the riddle, is he the fool or the hero? Each attempt to conquer the boulder becomes a defiance of despair, an embrace of the absurd. Life, after all, is the greatest joke of all. Every stumble, every rise, is a testament to resilience, wrapped in a darkly comedic embrace. Sisyphus teaches us that the struggle itself is the victory. So, what is the cost of deception? And who laughs last in this twisted tale of gods and mortals? One thing's for certain, once you step into Sisyphus's world, the laughter lingers long after the last stone rolls away. Welcome to the shadowy corners of a myth that's anything but mythical. The air crackles, heavy with unspoken dread, as the stone rolls back down the hill, the sound echoing through the valley like a funeral toll. It's an endless cycle, a curse, and amidst the oppressive silence, I stand on the precipice of despair, feeling the weight of Sisyphus's burden crush my chest. I remember the moment, the cold sweat, the fleeting thought that perhaps this time would be different. My heart races, a battle drum against the backdrop of inevitability. Sisyphus, the cunning king of Corinth, had always been a man of ambition. But ambition is a double-edged sword, isn't it? It can elevate you to the heavens or drag you down to the depths. He was charming, a man with a silver tongue and a mind sharp as a blade, always shifting, always scheming. And here he is, a wretched figure under the watchful gaze of the gods, a prisoner to his own cleverness. The betrayal of a simple lie, one deceptive whisper that spiraled into this endless torment. I feel it in my bones, the desperation of a man who has tasted freedom only to watch it slip away like sand through his fingers. Then there's his wife, a shadow lingering in the recesses of his mind. Iphicles, her name a haunting melody, a reminder of what was lost. I remember her laughter echoing through the halls of their once great palace, vibrant and alive. Now, she stands alone, a spectre of hope in a world steeped in darkness. With each roll of the stone, her face fades further from his memory, the love they shared consumed by the relentless grind of his punishment. Why, she whispers into the void when the sun dips below the horizon, her tears a silent testament to the love that once was. The gods look on, amused by Sisyphus's plight. They are the architects of his suffering, weaving a tapestry of irony. They watch as he struggles, muscles straining, breath coming in ragged gasps, only to have his hope dashed at the last moment. It's cruel, and yet there's a grim humor to it, a cosmic joke that leaves a bitter taste in my mouth. What did you expect? They seem to say. You thought you could outsmart us. Each day becomes a brutal ritual, a maddening loop of despair. I can almost see him, fingers clawing at the rough stone, sweat-soaked hair plastered to his forehead. Every roll upward, a flicker of hope igniting in his chest, and every descent a plunge into darkness. The mountain looms large, a monumental representation of our own struggles. I feel the cold, hard stone beneath my palm, the roughness a stark contrast to the softness of my dreams. But then, something stirs within me, a spark of rebellion. In those fleeting moments when Sisyphus watches the stone tumble, does he not find a morsel of defiance? Is there not a bittersweet strength in knowing that he is alive, that he continues to fight against the void? I remember a night spent under the stars, the cosmos sprawling above me like an endless sea, and I think, what if we are all Sisyphus, bound to our own struggles? The thought sends shivers down my spine, a chilling realization that we pursue dreams that often seem just out of reach. And then comes the figure of the messenger of the gods, Hermes, bearing tidings of another dark decree. His sandals barely touch the earth, a blur of divine energy, bringing news that pierces through the haze of despair like a shard of glass. Your time is not your own, Sisyphus, he proclaims, voice echoing like thunder. It's a reminder that fate is a cruel hand, dealt with callous indifference. You will roll this stone until the end of days. The weight of those words settles over me like a leaden cloak. But in the shadows, Iphicles waits, longing for a spark, for a glimmer of hope to pierce through the darkness. She dreams of freedom, of a world where love conquers all. Yet the reality is a cruel mockery of her desires. What is the point? She cries out, her voice breaking beneath the weight of despair. What is the point of love if it cannot save him? Her heartache resonates deeply, a reminder that every love story has its tragedies, its moments of unbearable sorrow. I can feel the tension building between them, a thread pulled taut, threatening to snap. Sisyphus, caught in an eternal struggle, and Iphicles, waiting in the shadows of despair. I see them both, trapped in their own prisons, haunted by the specters of what could have been. Each day becomes a haunting reminder of their separation, the stone a cruel symbol of their love, a tangible representation of the barriers that fate has erected between them. And then there's me, an unwitting observer, entwined in their tale. I feel the weight of their suffering seep into my very being, an emotional contagion that grips my heart with icy fingers. I remember, I whisper, desperate to cling to the shards of their story, to weave their pain into something beautiful, something worth remembering. Their lives bleed into each other, a poignant tapestry that reflects our shared humanity, our shared struggles against the indifferent cosmos. As the sun begins to set, casting an orange glow across the valley, I am reminded that darkness is never far away. Sisyphus and Iphicles, two souls dancing on the edge of despair, caught in a cosmic game that knows no mercy. The shadows lengthen, and I know this tale doesn't end here. It stretches beyond, spiraling into the vast unknown, each heartbeat echoing through time and space. The weight of the stone may be unbearable, but within that struggle lies a pulse of defiance, a flicker of hope. And so, we continue, forever caught in the loop of our own making, striving against the inevitable as the night envelops us in its haunting embrace. The moon hung like a voyeuristic eye, casting its silver gaze upon the crumbling stones of the house of Airless. Shadows flickered, whispering secrets of a lineage bound by fate and folly. In that haunting stillness, a scream pierced through the night, raw and desperate, echoing off the walls like a wounded animal. I stood there, heart hammering, breath caught in my throat, as if the very house had exhaled a soul trapped within its decay. Callista stumbled into view, her silhouette framed by the doorway, eyes wide with terror. "They're coming," she gasped, words tumbling from her lips like marbles cast upon unforgiving ground. It wasn't the intruders that chilled my bones, but the depth of her fear, the way it contorted her face, twisting her beauty into something almost unrecognizable. She had always been fierce, a flame that dared to burn against the darkness, yet now she resembled a wounded bird, wings clipped, thrumming with panic. "Who?" I barely managed, voice rough as gravel. The air thickened, suffocating, the weight of impending doom pressing down like an anvil atop my chest. "Monsters," she breathed, and in that moment, I understood. Monsters weren't just flesh and blood, they were shadows of the past, memories resurrected. They were the whispers that haunted Sisyphus, ancestors who refused to let go, their chains clanking in the dark. I could feel their presence, cold and clammy, lurking just beyond the edges of sight. Down the hall. A voice cracked through my mind, echoing the words of my father, the infamous Sisyphus, a man whose life was defined by a single stone and an eternal struggle. Run! I turned toward the labyrinthine corridors of the house, the walls breathing with my every step. As if the ancient stones were alive, they whispered my lineage back at me, reminding me of my cursed heritage. My heart drummed with the rhythm of dread, each thud a reminder of the legacy I could not escape. The walls closed in, clinging to me like ghosts, suffocating in their familiarity. Can't you hear them? Callista cried, her voice slicing through my thoughts. They're right behind us. The footsteps were palpable, a dance of chaos, a symphony of pursuit that made my skin prick. I could almost feel the heat of their breath against my neck, the hunger of their intent gnawing at my resolve. Callista was a warrior, but in her eyes, I saw the flicker of doubt. I wanted to reach out, to calm her, but I too was lost in the tempest of fear. And then, there was him. Lysander. The embodiment of every unspoken word, every stolen glance, standing just in the shadows, his presence a paradox of comfort and consternation. We have to stick together, he urged, the intensity in his gaze cutting through the fog of our terror. His voice was a balm, yet his own anguish was a mirror reflecting my own. Together, we can face them, I whispered, though the tremor in my voice betrayed my conviction. I remembered the stories of my father, his battles against fate and the gods. The weight of that history lay heavy on my shoulders, a mantle I never asked to wear. Are we our fathers? Callista murmured, the question hanging like a noose. What if we're destined to fail? That question echoed, a haunting refrain. I remembered the tales of Sisyphus, a man condemned to push a boulder uphill, only to have it roll back down each time he neared the summit. Was that our fate too? To struggle against the tide of our lineage, only to be pulled back into the abyss? We can change it, I insisted, though my heart quivered. We can break the cycle. But the shadows grew sharper, the air thickened with the scent of desperation. Lysander's eyes darted to the corridor, and I felt him slipping away, a part of him already consumed by the darkness. They're coming, he hissed, panic flooding his voice, the fear of the unknown clawing at the edges of his bravery. We were three souls tangled in a web, each thread a fear, a doubt, an echo of the past pressing against us like a storm. My thoughts spiraled, memories of laughter and bloodshed intertwining, the tightrope of hope and despair stretching before us. Keep moving! I shouted, the words bursting from me like firecrackers igniting a desolate night. I didn't know where the words came from, only that I had to keep them alive, keep us alive. Callista stumbled, her foot catching the edge of a broken tile. I reached for her, and in that moment, our hands clasped, fingers lacing through the chaos. I won't let go, I promised, the vow echoing deep inside me, resonating with the weight of the past. But the house, oh, the house was alive, groaning under the weight of our fears, our ancestors, our mistakes. Each step we took was a heartbeat, a prayer, a desperate plea to the cosmos to rewrite our fate. I could almost hear the laughter of old gods, mocking us as we raced against the tides of history. Turn back, a voice urged, the shadows thickening, transforming into grotesque shapes, eyes glowing with a malevolent hunger. No! I screamed, defiance boiling within me. The monsters were more than just bodies, they were the very essence of our blood, the fears we carried, the burdens of our lineage. Callista and Lysander pressed closer, the three of us an anchor against the storm, but the shadows began to encroach, wrapping around us like a serpent. What if we become them? Callista whispered, her voice quaking with dread. Then we fight, I replied, conviction rising like a phoenix within the ashes. We fight until our last breaths. The clash of chaos and hope surged within me, a battle as ancient as time itself. I felt it then, the surge of destiny, the heartbeat of the house thrumming in sync with our own. It was a dance of shadows and light, of fear and courage intertwined. And as we pushed forward, the house groaned, the walls trembling with the weight of our lineage, our stories merging into one. In that moment, we were not just Sisyphus' heirs, we were the dreamers, the fighters, the ones who dared to shatter the cycle of despair. But the confrontation awaited, claws sharpened, ready to claim what was theirs. And I could feel it, the clock ticking, the cosmos holding its breath. The shadows whispered promises of doom, yet we pressed on, heartbeats synchronized against the eternity of the night. The monsters were there, waiting, and as we approached our fate, I realized one undeniable truth: we were not just bound by our lineage, we were forging a new path, a new story, and it was ours to tell. The throne room was heavy with silence, a pregnant pause draped across the air like a shroud. The cold stone walls soaked in secrets, and the flickering torches cast shadows that danced with the ghosts of those who once held power. My heart raced, beating against my ribcage like a war drum, as I found myself standing on the precipice of chaos. The air was thick with tension, a palpable force that clung to my skin. I could taste the dread, metallic and raw, as it mingled with the faint scent of olive oil and sweat. And there, poised to shatter this fragile stillness, stood Cleon, his hands trembling at his sides, fists battling the weight of a kingdom that had only ever known betrayal. His face was a map of conflict, eyes aflame with the hunger for power, yet shadowed by the scars of doubt. He was the king, yes, but what did that title mean when it felt like a noose tightening around his neck? "This is our moment," he roared, voice echoing off the stone, daring the gods to listen. Yet beneath the bravado, I saw the cracks, the fear. He was standing at the edge of a precipice, and the abyss called to him with a siren song, promising glory and disaster in equal measure. Beside him, Elia, the queen, a tempest wrapped in grace, watched with narrowed eyes, simmering with a storm that threatened to erupt. Her heart, a battlefield of loyalty and betrayal, ached for the man she had chosen, yet she felt the sting of his ambition slicing through the fabric of their sacred bond. "Cleon, think," she pleaded, voice trembling like the flame of a dying torch. "This path is drenched in blood." But Cleon's gaze was locked on the throne, the very throne that whispered sweet promises of power and glory. He had fought tooth and nail for this, clawed his way through a labyrinth of treachery that left him scarred and hollow. "Blood is the price of kingship, Elia," he spat, bitterness mingling with desperation. I could see it in his eyes, the haunting reflection of a man who had sacrificed too much. What is a king without fear? Without the strength to wield a sword? And yet, the sword he held was not just a weapon, it was a curse. The weight of it bore down on him, each swing echoing the decisions that had led him here. Memories flooded back, each one sharper than the last: his father's dying words, the rusted crown that lay heavy on his brow, the whispers of the people who once adored him, now reduced to murmurs of dissent. "I remember when they loved us," he muttered, the past clawing at his throat. "I remember the festivals, the laughter. Now all I hear is the sound of knives." In that moment, I felt the pulse of the city outside, its heart beating erratically, a reflection of Cleon's own turmoil. Corinth, with its bustling markets and vibrant life, was a mere facade, a carnival of chaos waiting to erupt. Within its walls, betrayal festered like an open wound, and I could sense the ghosts of kings past whispering through the cracks, urging him to heed their warnings. But how could he listen to specters when the living demanded his blood? Then there was Lysander, a shadow lurking in the corners, the very embodiment of dissent. His allegiance was as fluid as the wine poured during feasts, one moment loyal, the next a dagger in the dark. I could see him watching Cleon, eyes glinting with something feral, something dangerous. "Is this what you wanted?" he taunted, voice smooth as silk, laced with venom. "To rule over ashes? To wear a crown adorned with the bones of your enemies?" Elia's breath hitched at the challenge, a tension radiating between the three of them, a twisted triangle of ambition, love, and betrayal. "You think you can incite fear and call it respect?" she shot back, every word a battle cry. "Your throne is built on a mountain of corpses, Cleon. You'll drown in their blood." Her voice rose, fierce and unyielding, a defiance that resonated through the hall. I could feel the weight of her heart, the pulse of her fears wrapped tightly around her, a vine constricting the very air. She was a warrior queen, but even warriors fall when the ground beneath them crumbles. "You must choose. This is not just about you." a heartbeat of silence stretched, suspended in time. The room trembled with the unspoken truths and fetid dreams that hung heavy in the air. Cleon's eyes darted between Elia and Lysander, their faces a mirror of his own turmoil. "What do I do?" he whispered, a boy lost in the labyrinth of kingship, where every choice led to a descent into the dark. "Claim your destiny," Lysander urged, his voice a coaxing whisper, seductive yet sinister. "Or let it slip through your fingers. But know this, there are those who would see you fall, who would dance upon the ashes of your ambition. Are you ready to fight?" And in that moment, I felt the world around me shift, the weight of history pressing down as if the entire universe held its breath. Cleon's decision loomed like a thunderstorm on the horizon, crackling with energy, the air pregnant with possibilities. Time itself seemed to falter as Cleon stepped forward, the echoes of generations guiding him. The throne, that cursed seat of power, awaited him, a dark promise gleaming under the torchlight. "I will not be a coward," he declared, the fires of determination igniting within him. The city outside rumbled, a chorus of uncertainty and hope, a heartbeat in the dark. The stakes were high, but his soul hungered for something more profound than mere survival. But as he reached for the crown, a shadow flickered across the stone, a reminder that every king is a fool before he becomes a tyrant. The ghostly whispers swirled, a chorus of the fallen, and I felt the swell of destiny unfurling before me, like the dawn breaking on a bloody horizon. What would happen next? The air crackled with uncharted emotions, a storm ready to unleash its fury. I was standing at the edge, caught in the riptide of ambition and despair, where every heartbeat echoed with the weight of kingship. And just as the final decision was about to take form, a silence fell once more, deafening, oppressive, and alive with possibility. The story of kings and queens, of love and betrayal, was only just beginning to unfold. The sky trembles, dark clouds roiling like a beast awakening from slumber, and beneath them, in the heart of Athens, the air crackles with a tension that could snap like a bowstring. I stand there, pulse racing, surrounded by whispers, shadows of long-dead gods flutter like moths in the corners of my mind. Panic grips me as I watch the villagers gather, faces pale, eyes wide, the flickering torches casting eerie, dancing shadows against the crumbling marble of the Parthenon. They murmur, pleading to Athena, their protector, but fear clings to them like the stench of burnt offerings. I remember the sacrifices, blood pooling on the altar, the scent of charred flesh mingling with incense, and the way hope mingles with despair in the rituals that bind them to the divine. Alexios stands at the altar, fists clenched, his face a mask of fury and heartbreak. His brother, a soldier, lies dead, an offering to ours. I can see the shadows in his eyes, grief and rage swirl together like a storm, and I know he blames the gods, blames them for the hollow spaces left where laughter once danced. What have they done? He screams into the void, his voice raw, echoing against the stone that has witnessed countless sacrifices, countless prayers unanswered. What have they done for us but bring war and suffering? The crowd stirs, the tension thick enough to slice open, and I watch as his words settle like lead in their hearts. They are drawn to conflict, to the stirring chaos of the human condition, a dance with the gods that is both beautiful and terrifying. I remember my own family, my father's voice rising in fervor during the festivals, my mother's laughter mingling with the cries for mercy that echoed in the temples, the way every story was a myth, every tragedy whispered from lips of stone. And then there's Livia, a priestess, eyes glistening with unshed tears, caught between duty and her heart's longing. She stands trembling, the delicate silver fillet adorning her hair shimmering with each breath. She has offered countless prayers to Demeter, pleading for warmth, for growth, for life, but here she is, surrounded by death. She loves Alexios, but the weight of her calling pulls her away, like gravity's relentless grip. Please, listen to reason, she implores, stepping forward, hands raised as if to shield him from the wrath of the gods or the fury of a grieving populace. We must not rage against them. We must appease. But Alexios, his heart pounding with desperation, turns to her, fury igniting like wildfire in his chest. Appease? Look around you, Livia. What good have their gifts been? Where is the justice? Where is the mercy? The gods watch us burn while they feast on our anguish. She recoils, his words hitting her like arrows. each proclamation a reminder of the weight of their beliefs. Did they ever think to question? Did they ever wonder if the gods were as flawed as the mortals who worshipped them? The thought spirals through my mind, the air thick with unresolved questions. The very fabric of their worship, woven with fear and reverence, feels fragile now, a thread ready to snap. I remember the tales, the glorious myths sung by bards in the town squares. They spoke of heroes and gods, of divine love and fatal flaws. But here, in this moment of raw humanity, the stories feel like chains, binding them to a fate they can't escape. The shadows of the past wrap around us, ghosts of heroes long forgotten, laughter that echoes through the temples, chilling in its absence. As the night deepens, the haunting silence of the crowd presses in. I see the flickering flames of the torches, casting long shadows that stretch toward the Parthenon, a monument to both beauty and despair. Time is a cruel mistress, ticking away with a steady heartbeat, reminding us of our own mortality even as we beseech the immortals. A sudden cry pierces the night, a child wails, clutching her mother's skirts, eyes wide with terror. The gods are angry, she shrieks, and in that moment, I feel it, the collective fear crashing over us like a tidal wave. The shadows grow longer, the ghosts of the past whispering warnings. Alexios snaps, taking a step toward the altar, his voice raw, "We will not be silenced. If they demand blood, then let it be our voices that rise against them." His defiance ignites something in the crowd, a spark of rebellion ignited by grief, by loss. I feel my own heart quicken, the rhythm of the night matching the storm brewing within us. And Livia, torn, the weight of her vows pulling her one way, her heart the other, cries out, but to defy them is to invite ruin. What remains of us if we draw their wrath? But Alexios lunges forward, his emotions boiling over. What remains of us if we do nothing? We're already lost. The air crackles with impending confrontation, and I can feel time stretching, each heartbeat pulsing with the intensity of their conflict. I remember the myths that promised redemption, yet here we stood, mortal, flawed, and desperate. In that moment, a deep silence envelops us, heavy with unspoken words, an invitation to the cosmos to bear witness to our plight. The moon shrouded in darkness, the stars blinking like distant eyes, did they watch, did they care? The line between reverence and rebellion blurs, and the city, steeped in the weight of its own history, seems to hold its breath. Each soul standing there, caught between the call of the divine and the pull of their own hearts, is woven into the very fabric of myth, a tapestry of sorrow, fear, and love. And as I stand there, witnessing these torn souls, the atmosphere thickens with the promise of something extraordinary, something terrible. I cling to the moment, knowing it is not an end, but a beginning, a thread in the ongoing story of gods and men, where every heartbeat echoes with the weight of the past, and every breath hangs heavy with the unknown. We stand on the brink, at the intersection of fury and faith, ready to confront the very essence of what it means to believe, to hope, to rage against the shadows that loom. The night stretches on, and with it, the questions linger, haunting us like specters in the darkness, drawing us deeper into the mythos that binds us all. The clock ticks, a relentless metronome against the backdrop of an invisible war. Each tick resonates like a heartbeat, echoing in the cavernous dark, where shadows stretch like whispered lies, twisting and curling around the stone walls. I stand there, heart hammering, caught between the throbbing silence and the churning chaos. Somewhere, a voice, desperate, raw, a jagged edge of panic, calls out my name. Alizia. I remember the chill of the cobblestones beneath my feet, slick with the night's dampness, and how they seemed to pull me down, urging me to join the shadows. I remember the smell of smoke, acrid and bitter, curling into my lungs, mingling with the scent of fear that hung heavy in the air. It was a world alive with treachery, where every face wore a mask, and every truth was a carefully crafted deception. Alizia. The voice again, laced with urgency. It's Marcus. My heart sinks. He's been my anchor in this storm, yet in this moment, he feels like the tempest itself. I can't shake the feeling that he's hiding something. Secrets dance in his eyes, flickering like candle flames, too bright, too hungry. His silhouette emerges through the haze, but there's something different about him tonight. The way he steps into the light, like he's emerging from a nightmare, sends a jolt of terror through me. I remember when I thought I could trust him. Alizia, we have to go. The urgency in his voice is a knife, sharp and cutting. I want to reach for him, but the shadows twist around us, thick with unspoken words and unshed tears. I see the fear etched across his brow, but I also see something else, desperation. It's not safe here. Not safe? You mean it's never been safe? I snap, the bite of my words surprising even me. How long were you going to keep hiding it from me? He flinches, and in that moment, I see the weight of his choices, a burden he carries like a boulder, one that feels hauntingly familiar. You don't understand, he whispers, and I can see it in his eyes, a flicker of something darker, a truth that coils like a serpent, waiting to strike. I pull away, my breath catching in my throat. You think I'm blind to the lies? The whispers? The way people look at us? I can feel the anger rising, hot and fierce, an inferno igniting my soul. I remember the laughter that turned to silence when we entered a room. I remember the way they smile with teeth like daggers. You knew. All this time, you knew. But before he can answer, a distant crash reverberates through the night, and I feel the ground tremble beneath us. It's a portent, a warning that rattles my bones. They're coming, I say, the words slipping from my lips like the last breath of a dying star. At that moment, a shadow looms over us, broad-shouldered and grotesque, a figure wreathed in darkness. My heart races as I recognize the glint of steel in its hand, the unmistakable shape of betrayal. Another player in this deadly game, all masked smiles and hidden knives. You can't escape what's been set in motion, the figure hisses, voice smooth like silk but sharp as glass. Marcus steps in front of me, a protector and a fool, a knight in tarnished armor. You don't have to do this, he says, but I can hear the tremor in his voice, the crack that speaks of fear I didn't know he possessed. Do what? I sneer, venom dripping from my words. You mean deceive us? Lead us into a trap? Or are you here to save your own skin? The figure laughs, a sound that echoes in the hollow of my chest. Oh, but sweet Alizia, it croons, deception is an art, and I've been the maestro all along. A flash of something, betrayal, sparks in Marcus's eyes. I can feel the betrayal in the marrow of my bones, an unshakable truth that claws at my insides. I remember the nights we shared secrets, dreams stitched together under a tapestry of stars, thoughts woven with a golden thread of hope. And now? Now it all feels like a cruel joke, a play rehearsed for an audience that only wanted blood. Turn back, Alizia, Marcus pleads, and the desperation in his voice feels like a chasm opening up beneath me. I can't, but the figure moves, swift and merciless, and suddenly, the world tilts. I lurch forward, instinctively reaching out for Marcus, but the truth is that I'm not just fighting for him. I'm fighting for the remnants of a faith that has begun to crumble like dry leaves in the autumn wind. The trust that binds us feels fragile, fraying at the edges, and I can't tell if it will hold or unravel completely. The blow lands heavy, a fist of fate crashing down, and I watch as Marcus staggers back, the shock painted across his face. For a moment, time stretches, and I can see everything, the deceit, the lies, a tapestry of shadows weaving through our lives, and I'm caught in the center, grasping at threads that slip through my fingers like sand. Why? I scream, the sound a raw, guttural cry that reverberates through the darkness. Why did you lie? But the answer is lost in the cacophony of chaos, the world around us spiraling into madness, and I feel it, the breath of Sisyphus behind me, the weight of the rock he perpetually pushes, the burden of lies that crushes our spirits. As Marcus gasps for air, the shadows gather, whispering promises of despair and deception. I remember the warmth of laughter, the glow of hope, and in this moment, it feels as distant as the stars themselves. The battle is not just against the threats that loom before us, it's a war within, a fight against the very essence of trust and the haunting specter of betrayal that clings tighter with each heartbeat. And the clock ticks on, relentless, as if mocking us, counting down to a moment that feels inevitable yet ungraspable. The confrontation hangs in the air, thick and suffocating, a tempest ready to unleash itself upon the world. What comes next, I cannot foresee, but I can feel it, a crack in the universe, a fracture that promises to change everything. Somewhere, the shadows whisper and the clock ticks, and we stand at the edge of a precipice, teetering between truth and deception, waiting for the moment when the ground will give way beneath us. The air was electric, charged with the scent of decay and the distant echo of a clock chiming midnight. I stood at the edge of a crumbling stone bridge, the moonlight slashing through the black clouds above like a knife, illuminating the figure that loomed before me. Thanatos, the god of death, draped in shadows, his presence a cold whisper that sent shivers racing down my spine. His eyes, if they could even be called eyes, were voids that swallowed light, and I felt the gravity of his gaze pull at my very soul. "Time to collect," he said, his voice smooth as silk but laced with the rasp of forgotten graves. The way he spoke made my heart race with a wild thrum of fear and fury. I had always known this moment would come, but standing here, face to face with the inevitability of my own end, nothing could prepare me for the weight of it. I remembered Clara, her laughter like sunlight breaking through a storm. She stood beside me once, unyielding, battling her own darkness. Clara had fought for life with a tenacity that could shake the heavens, even as the shadows of Thanatos whispered promises of eternal rest. But here I was, forced to confront the god who had stolen her away, who had twisted fate with a mere flick of his wrist. "Let her go," I said, my voice cracking under the pressure of grief. It was a fragile sound, like glass shattering against stone. Thanatos tilted his head, a predatory gleam flickering in the abyss of his expression. "I don't take what isn't offered," he replied, the words curling in the air like smoke. "But you're begging for release. You want her back. What would you sacrifice? Your sanity? Your humanity?" I felt the breath hitch in my throat, the sheer weight of his proposition crashing over me like a tidal wave. I remembered the moment she slipped away, frail and beautiful, her fingers slipping from mine as the light dimmed in her eyes. Sorrow clawed at my chest, a living thing, and I was a puppet tangled in invisible strings. "No!" I shouted, the sound raw and desperate. "I won't be your pawn. I will not bow to you." Thanatos chuckled, a low, bone-chilling sound that echoed in the empty night. "Defiance is a brave mask to wear, but it won't shield you from the truth. You cannot fight me. I am inevitable, I am the stillness that follows life's chaos." With every syllable, I felt the world around me blur, the rusted iron of the bridge beneath my feet, the flickering shadows of the city behind me. Everything was swallowed by the looming specter of death. Memories flooded my mind, chaotic and disjointed, like a kaleidoscope spinning out of control. I saw Clara dancing in the moonlight, laughter spilling from her lips, and then the haunting silence that followed her departure. I clenched my fists, nails digging into my palms, grounding myself in this moment of turmoil. "You think you can scare me?" I spat, even as fear coiled in my gut, a serpent ready to strike. "You think your darkness can consume what I have left?" Thanatos stepped closer, his shadow stretching like a dark tide. I could feel the chill emanating from him, a reminder of my own mortality. "I don't need to scare you. You do that well enough on your own. But know this, every heartbeat brings you one step closer to oblivion." My heart raced, each pulse a countdown, a reminder of my own fragility. And in this dizzying dance with death, I was not alone. Far away, in the depths of my mind, Clara's spirit flickered like a candle in the wind, vulnerable yet fiercely alive. I could almost hear her voice, a soothing balm against the sharp edges of despair. "Fight," she whispered through the echoes of my memory. "Fight for us." I could still feel the warmth of her hand in mine, the spark of life we shared igniting my resolve. "You can't have her!" I screamed, echoing through the darkness. And just like that, I thrust myself forward, heart pounding, determined to claw my way back to the light. Thanatos laughed, a sound filled with dark amusement. "You think you can defy fate? Every soul that walks this earth is marked, tethered to the inevitability of my grasp. You're fighting against an ocean with a single grain of sand." I remembered the city we had once called home, its streets alive with laughter and the smell of fresh bread. Each corner held fragments of our love, our dreams, our hopes, the life we envisioned together. It became a sanctuary in my mind, a fortress against the suffocating darkness that threatened to consume me. Maybe I'm just one grain, I said, the fire in my voice rising, but I will not stand by and let you take what's left of me. The battle of wills crackled in the air, a tempest of emotion swirling like the chaos of a storm. I felt the ground tremble beneath my feet, the city around me trembling in anticipation. It was a moment suspended in time, like the breath before a plunge into the abyss. Clara's face shone in my mind, fierce and unwavering. "Fight for me," she urged, her voice a distant echo. I could almost feel her presence, a flicker of light in the shadows. Thanatos' expression shifted, a flicker of something, amusement? Anger, but it was the uncertainty that caught me off guard. "You truly believe you can win?" he asked, the mockery dripping from every word. "I don't have to win," I replied, my voice steady despite the chaos within. "I just have to fight. For her. For every moment lost." And in that moment, I saw the truth of it all, the tragedy and beauty of life and death intertwined. I was a thread in a tapestry of fate, woven with the laughter of lost souls and the sorrow of goodbyes. I would not fade quietly into the night, I would scream my defiance until the heavens echoed with my rage. The weight of the universe hung heavy in the air as I prepared for the confrontation, the reckoning of my heart against the god who owned the shadows. I could feel the pulse of time thrumming in my veins, a reminder that nothing lasts forever, not even this moment of anguish. And then it happened. A sound, the shrill cry of the past beckoning, the haunting wail of what was lost. A flicker of hope surged within me, igniting a fire that burned against the cold, unyielding darkness. I would confront Thanatos. I would claw back Clara's light, even if it meant walking through fire. "Let's finish this," I whispered, heart racing, as shadows closed in around us, a storm gathering strength, preparing to unleash the chaos that would define us both. I remember the night air thick with the smell of scorched earth, a scent that clawed at my throat and twisted my gut. A full moon hung low, a watchful eye illuminating the chaos unspooling around us. Shadows danced on the cobblestones as if the city itself was alive, thrumming with a pulse of fear and desperation. The distant echoes of battle drums thrummed in my chest, a relentless reminder that time was slipping away. "Do you hear that?" Ilara's voice trembled, barely above a whisper, yet it sliced through the cacophony like a knife. Her eyes, wide and luminous, caught the moonlight, reflecting the raw terror within. She pressed a hand to her chest, as if trying to calm the frantic heartbeat that threatened to spill from her very skin. "What if he finds us?" A thought flickered through my mind, a dark specter of doom. Thanatos! The harbinger of death and despair. Every child feared the tale spun around the fire, where his name echoed against the walls of our memories. But standing here, the reality seeped into my bones, heavy and suffocating. "No," I said, forcing the word out despite the quaking in my gut. "We can't let him win." My throat was dry, each syllable scraping against the jagged edges of my fear. I clenched my fists, nails biting into my palms, grounding myself in the moment, in the now, if only to shield myself from the past that haunted me. A sudden crack echoed, sharp and piercing, as a shadow darted past the corner of my vision. I turned, heart racing, muscles tensing, ready to spring into action. But there was nothing. Just an empty alley, dark and foreboding, its silence pregnant with the weight of unspoken horrors. Ilara was beside me, trembling like a leaf caught in an autumn gale. I reached for her, fingers brushing against her arm, trying to siphon some of her fear away. "We'll face him together," I promised, my voice steadier than I felt. But in that moment, a wave of guilt crashed over me. I had dragged her into this, her innocence a fragile candle in a storm of shadows. As if sensing my turmoil, she met my gaze, her emerald eyes glimmering with an ache that mirrored my own. "And if we can't?" Her voice, barely more than a breath, hung between us, heavy with uncertainty. Would I fail her? Would we both crumble beneath the weight of a god? Then we go down fighting. The words came out almost defiantly, but inside, I felt the cracks widening. I could still hear the screams from the village, the burning houses, the way hope had turned to ash. I remembered the faces of those we had lost, their laughter now silenced, their dreams extinguished. Suddenly, a wild roar erupted from beyond the walls, and it pierced the night like an arrow aimed straight for my heart. The ground trembled beneath our feet, and I could almost feel the heartbeat of the city quickening, an anxious rhythm thrumming in tune with my own. Their fear radiated like heat from the cobblestones, merging with mine, a thick fog that clouded every thought. Now! Ilara's voice shattered my reverie, urgency igniting her words. She grabbed my hand, and together we ran down the narrow, winding streets, dodging shadows that seemed to reach for us with icy fingers. The city was a labyrinth, twisting and turning like our fates, each corner whispering secrets of despair, of loss. As we reached the edge of the city, the horizon swallowed the last remnants of sunlight, enveloping us in the deep blue cloak of night. The woods loomed ahead, dark and foreboding, yet they felt like a sanctuary compared to the chaos behind. "We can hide in there," I said, pointing to the dense trees, a fortress against the horrors that pursued us. But Ilara hesitated, her breath hitching. "What if he finds us?" A silence fell, heavy and suffocating. I closed my eyes, inhaling the scent of pine and earth, the weight of the world pressing against my chest like a boulder. "Then we'll make our stand. Together." We stepped into the woods, the shadows swallowing us whole, the moonlight filtering through the leaves like a celestial spotlight on our fragile hope. The air thickened, electric with anticipation, and every rustle of leaves sent chills down my spine. Then came the crash. The world shattered around us, a sickening, reverberating sound that echoed through the trees. I turned, eyes wide, heart racing, as a figure emerged from the darkness. Tall, cloaked in shadows, his presence was a void that devoured the light. "Thanatos!" Ilara gasped, her body stiffening beside me, and I felt a surge of protectiveness rise within me. "Stay behind me," I commanded, though the words felt hollow. Thanatos raised a hand, and the forest fell silent. The air grew thick, charged with an energy that sent shivers down my spine. "You dare to defy me?" His voice was a low, growling whisper, an echo of the grave. In that moment, my heart thundered a warning, every instinct screaming at me to run, to hide. Yet we stood our ground, two flickering candles against the encroaching darkness. I remember, I thought, the memories flooding back, a tide of heartache and burning resolve. The faces of those I had lost. The laughter snuffed out. I remember, they didn't have a choice. And as the moon hung above, a witness to our plight, I realized this was not just a moment of confrontation, it was a reckoning. A turning point that would alter the course of our lives forever. Time slipped, a fragile thread unraveling, as I prepared to face the embodiment of my nightmares. The world around us faded, leaving only the pulsing heart of the moment. Whatever the outcome, we would not be mere shadows, we would rise, or we would fall, together. And then, as the tension thickened and the abyss beckoned, the finality of our choices loomed ahead, casting a long, dark shadow over the path we were about to take. The darkness hung thick like an oppressive shroud, each breath heavy with the stench of despair, a crushing weight pressing down on Sisyphus's chest. He could feel its cold fingers tracing the contours of his thoughts, wrapping around the flickering ember of rebellion that dared to ignite within him. The air vibrated with whispers, the echoes of lost souls swirling around, taunting him, drowning out the rhythmic clanking of chains that marked the passage of time in this dreadful underworld. He remembered the taste of freedom, sharp and fleeting like a stolen kiss, yet here he was, doomed to push a boulder eternally uphill, only to watch it tumble down again. "But not today," he murmured, teeth gritted against the gnawing hopelessness that gnawed at his resolve. He could almost feel the stones beneath his fingers, rough and unyielding, the very essence of his punishment. The shadows danced with anticipation, and he could hear them, hear the laughter of Hades, that twisted god of the dead, whose eyes glinted with malice in the abyss. "Fool," a voice hissed from the depths, mocking, mocking, mocking. It was a voice he knew too well, the voice of his own doubt. "You think you can escape? You are nothing but a puppet in this dark theater." Sisyphus clenched his fists, nails digging into the flesh of his palms, grounding himself in pain, a reminder he was alive, that he was still capable of feeling something other than despair. Just beyond the shadows, another figure lurked, watching him with eyes that glimmered like stars caught in a web of darkness. It was Eurydice, and even in this desolate place, her presence breathed a flicker of warmth into the cold, unforgiving air. Her hair fluttered around her like the wings of a moth drawn to a flame, a beautiful tragedy, caught between realms. Sisyphus could see the strains of fear etched on her face, but behind that veil lay an unwavering strength, the kind that made him ache with longing. "You promised," she whispered, and her voice trembled, a fragile thread in the cacophony of the damned. "You promised to find a way back to me." "I will," he replied, though doubt gnawed at him, an insidious worm burrowing deeper with every word. "I will break these chains. I will climb this mountain one last time." The shadows rippled, and for a heartbeat, he thought he could hear the boulder whispering back, a malicious mockery of hope. Then, the air crackled with tension as the ground trembled beneath him. The boulder shifted, its weight a reminder of his eternal struggle, but now it felt different, alive, almost responsive. "It's watching," he murmured, a strange thrill coursing through him. All at once, he was no longer just a man cursed, he was a warrior, a defiant spirit ready to rise against the tide of fate. Eurydice stepped closer, her fragile form a beacon in the murky abyss. "Sisyphus, they'll know," she warned, the tremor in her voice betraying her fear. "The gods will know if you try to defy them. They'll punish you harder. They'll take me from you." Her eyes glistened, pleading. "But what is life without defiance?" he shot back, the fire in his heart igniting into a blazing inferno. "What is existence if I am to simply roll this stone, day after day, for all eternity? I refuse to let them win. I refuse to be a pawn in their game." With every heartbeat, the darkness around them pulsed, a living entity that could feel his rage, his determination. Sisyphus pressed his palms against the boulder, feeling its texture beneath his fingers, and with an impossible surge of strength, he pushed. The stone shifted. Time fractured around him. Each second stretched and warped, as if the cosmos itself held its breath. The echoes of the underworld roared in protest, the howling winds of despair swirling around him, but he pressed on, muscles straining against the impossible weight. He could hear the whispers turning to screams, the shadows slashing at him, clawing at his resolve. "Stop!" The voice of Hades erupted from the darkness, booming, resonating with the authority of 1,000 lost souls. "You dare to defy me?" The ground shook, the very underbelly of this cursed place vibrating with rage.
By the brightness of our determination.
But Sisyphus didn't falter, he felt Eurydice's presence beside him, her unwavering support bolstering his courage. "I dare," he shouted, the words like daggers slicing through the suffocating gloom. "I dare to reclaim my life, my love." Every fiber of his being screamed in defiance, a primal roar echoing through the chambers of his soul. And then, a crack, a thin fissure in the darkness. Light spilled in, a sliver of hope, and with it, the haunting memories of stars long extinguished. He could feel the warmth of the sun on his skin, a distant memory that felt shockingly real. He pushed harder, the boulder quaking beneath the weight of his will, and for a moment, he believed he could break free. Eurydice grasped his arm, her fingers a lifeline tethering him to reality, to the promise of something beyond the void. "Sisyphus, please," she begged, the strength in her voice faltering. "If you fail," but the thought of failure was a wound he would not allow to fester. "I won't," he declared, louder now, the echoes reverberating in the depths of the underworld. "I refuse to be a prisoner of fate." He pushed with all his might, and the boulder rolled, the shadows screaming in protest, the fabric of the underworld tearing at the seams. Time twisted, a chaotic dance, and as he felt it tipping, he knew he was teetering on the brink of something monumental. The earth trembled, the shadows thrashed, and then, nothing. A moment suspended in time, stretched thin as gossamer, where hope hung by a thread. Sisyphus stood, trembling, breathless, heart pounding like a war drum echoing through eternity. He was at the precipice of defiance, the cusp of a rebellion that could shatter the chains binding him to despair. And then, as the light seeped in, illuminating the darkness that had held him captive for so long, Sisyphus understood this was merely the beginning. In that moment, he felt alive, a heartbeat resonating through the abyss, and though the future loomed ominous, he would fight, for love, for freedom, for the very essence of humanity that resided within him. And as the darkness pressed in, he knew he would not be alone. Eurydice's hand clung to his, and together they would challenge the gods, face the shadows, and wrestle with fate itself. The boulder rolled, defiance echoing in their wake, and the underworld quaked in fear at the stirrings of an uprising, a love that could transcend even the deepest despair. The sky crackled with a fury that only the gods could muster. Lightning tore through the darkness, illuminating the trembling faces of the villagers poised on the edge of despair. A storm was brewing, not just in the heavens, but in the very air around them, thick with unspoken fears. I stood among them, heart racing, breath shallow, drenched not only by the cold rain but by the weight of what was to come. Emilia, her hands trembling, clutched a small locket that hung around her neck, fingers tracing the edges as if seeking solace from its cool metal. Her brother, Marco, stood beside her, eyes darting between the tempest and the shadows that loomed like specters on the outskirts of their village. He felt the storm too, not just in his bones but in his heart, heavy with the knowledge that every second counted. Time slipped through their fingers like sand, the promise of safety fading fast. "I can feel him," Marco whispered, voice barely audible above the howling wind. "He's coming." The words hung in the air, a death knell echoing with the certainty of doom. Emilia's breath hitched. She had buried the truth deep within her, but now it clawed its way to the surface. She remembered the tales told in hushed whispers of Hermes, the trickster, the messenger of the gods, who wove through the fabric of life and death. But this was no whimsical visitation. This was a reckoning. Storm clouds swirled overhead, a cosmic theater of chaos and fury. Marco's mind raced. He had seen the signs, the way the birds had fled, the ominous chant of the wind as it twisted through the trees, a painful reminder of the inevitability of fate. They were waiting, caught in the eye of a hurricane, and all they could do was brace for the impact. "I remember," Emilia's voice cracked like thunder, a fragile thread in an unraveling tapestry. "I remember when Father told me about Hermes. He said he would guide those who were lost. But what if he's come to take something away?" Her words danced like fireflies in the dark, illuminating their shared fears. Marco felt the weight of her gaze, the terror that pooled in her emerald eyes, and it ignited something fierce within him, a protective instinct that surged like a wild river. "He won't take you. I won't let him." The storm raged around them, but the real tempest brewed within. This was a battle of hearts, of sibling bonds forged in love and fortified by the weight of memory. Emilia's laughter rang out in his mind, her playful teasing, her fierce loyalty, the warmth of her embrace. He could not let her go. The thought alone was a dagger, twisting deeper, sending chills down his spine. And then, there was a flicker, an ephemeral shimmer in the air, the unmistakable presence of Hermes. The wind carried his message, swirling through the village like a spectre, whispering in riddles, cracking open the door to fate. Suddenly, the clouds shifted, revealing a sliver of moonlight that cast an eerie glow over Emilia's face, illuminating the fears she had locked away. "I can't," she stammered, her voice becoming a haunting melody of despair. "What if he's not here to save us, Marco? What if he's here to collect?" Each heartbeat echoed in the silence that followed, a countdown to a moment they could not escape. As the air thickened, the shadows lengthened, stretching across the ground like fingers reaching for their souls. The storm intensified, a cacophony of nature's fury mirroring the turmoil churning within them. "I'm here," Marco said, his voice a fierce vow. "You're not alone." But even as he spoke the words, doubt crept in, gnawing at his resolve. What if he wasn't enough? What if Hermes was a thief, a harbinger of loss that would rip through their lives like a blade through silk? The thought was a dark cloud, heavy and suffocating, and the air grew colder still. Out of the darkness, Hermes appeared, silver sandals glinting in the fractured moonlight, a mischievous grin playing at the corners of his lips. He looked both ethereal and absurd, like a dream dipped in shadows, but there was no comfort in his presence. It was too late to turn away, the moment had arrived, a collision of fate and fury. "Ah, dear mortals," he sang, voice like honey dripping through the storm. "What's a little chaos without a dash of destiny? I come not to collect, but to deliver." But as he spoke, the sense of foreboding thickened, and Emilia's grip on the locket tightened until her knuckles turned white. "What do you mean?" she asked, her voice quaking, the fear palpable. "Messages, my sweet," Hermes replied, each word laced with a playful malice. "Messages of love, of loss, of choices you did not know lay before you. The cosmos is in flux, and the power to choose is yours." With each syllable, the storm bore down on them, and Marco felt the night close in, a suffocating embrace. It was not just a battle for survival but a reckoning with their deepest fears. Emilia's past flickered like a candle about to extinguish, memories of laughter stifled by the weight of uncertainty. In that moment, the air crackled with raw emotion, and Marco knew what he had to do. He stepped forward, heart in his throat. "You might be a god, Hermes, but you don't control us. We make our own choices." A flicker of surprise danced in Hermes' eyes, and for the briefest instant, the storm paused, holding its breath. Time slowed. Marco felt the gravity of his words hang in the air, taut as a bowstring. The tension crackled, electric, igniting a fire within him, a fierce determination to protect the fragile thread of hope that connected them. And then the storm roared back to life, fierce and unyielding. Emilia's heart raced, fear and hope intertwining, as she glanced at her brother, the bastion of strength she had always relied upon. Together, she whispered, breathless, and in that moment, everything hung in the balance. Together, Marco vowed, and the storm surged anew, a wild tempest that promised to tear them apart or bind them together. The choice lay before them, fragile as glass, and with Hermes watching, every heartbeat echoed like a war drum, setting the stage for a confrontation that would redefine them. The tension held its breath, waiting for the proverbial match to ignite the powder keg of their emotions, the collision of fate and free will that would determine not just their destinies but the very fabric of their souls. And as the storm swirled around them, Hermes watched with a knowing smile, a deity reveling in the chaos of human hearts, eager to see which way the wind would blow. The night was alive with possibilities, and everything, life, love, loss, hung in the balance, teetering on the edge of a razor-sharp choice. The stone strikes the ground with a shattering finality, echoing like the tolling of a distant bell, reverberating through the chasms of despair. It rolls, a relentless boulder, and with it, the weight of Sisyphus's fate presses down, suffocating. I can feel the grit beneath my nails, the dust swirling in the air, a testament to a struggle that has no end. This moment, suspended in the eerie twilight, is filled with the desperation of a man who wrestles with not just stone, but the very essence of futility. "I remember," he gasps, his voice hoarse as if it were forged from the ashes of his own defeat. "I remember when the gods were something to be revered, not feared. When Olympus felt like a distant dream, not a looming nightmare." Each syllable is a plea, a whisper of defiance against the universe that has conspired to keep him shackled in this eternal cycle. Each time the stone rolls back down, it's not merely a rock, it's a part of him, a fragment of his soul that tumbles into the abyss. With every failure, Sisyphus feels the sharp sting of abandonment. He lifts his gaze to the heavens, where the gods watch with twisted delight, their laughter echoing like thunder, a cruel symphony that punctuates his torment. "Why?" he cries, desperation clawing at the edges of his mind. "What did I do to deserve this?" And there, lurking in the shadows, is the spectre of his past. The figure of his wife, an ethereal presence woven from regret and longing. "You left me," she whispers, her voice a melancholic melody that drifts through the void. "You thought you could outsmart death, but here you are, a prisoner of your own ambition." Her eyes, once filled with love, now reflect the cold, unyielding truth of his punishment. She is a ghost of his choices, a reminder that every triumph comes with a price. In the distance, a clock ticks, each chime a heartbeat that resonates with the weight of time itself. I can feel it pressing against my chest, a slow, rhythmic reminder that hope is a dangerous game. "Stop!" Sisyphus roars, his voice cracking under the strain. "Stop this madness! I am not a plaything for your amusement." But the god's laughter only grows louder, drowning him in a cacophony of mockery and despair. Then there's the moment when he lunges forward, his heart racing like the wind, grasping at the stone, feeling its rough surface against his palms. "This time, I will push it to the summit," he vows, a fire igniting within him. "This time, I will defy the odds." The air around him buzzes with the electricity of raw determination, igniting a spark of hope that flickers like a candle in the void. But as the stone inches higher, the weight of his reality crashes down. A sudden slip, a miscalculation, and the boulder begins its descent. Sisyphus falls to his knees, the ground trembling with the impact of his failure. No. The word escapes his lips in a choked gasp, a plea to the universe. Not again. Each failure is a knife twisting deeper, each moment of hope crushed by the merciless hands of fate. The gods watch, their eyes glinting with a predatory hunger, relishing his despair. You thought you could escape our wrath, Sisyphus, one of them sneers, a figure cloaked in shadows, their face obscured yet familiar. You thought your cleverness could outwit eternity. The venom in their tone slices through the dark like a blade, cutting deep into the very fabric of his being. He sees his wife's face again, shimmering like a mirage. My love, you were a king, she murmurs, and his heart aches with the weight of what was lost. But now, you are nothing but a plaything. The truth lingers in the air like a bitter aftertaste, and with it comes the cold realization that his every act of defiance was a step deeper into the abyss. I remember nights spent dreaming of freedom, he breathes, his voice barely above a whisper, a fragile thread woven into the fabric of despair. But the dreams have become nightmares, haunting me like shadows. The words tumble out, raw and jagged, each one a testament to the anguish that has become his constant companion. The boulder rolls back down, a monstrous symbol of his endless struggle, and Sisyphus watches, his heart breaking anew with every thud against the earth. It will never end, he murmurs, the realization settling like a stone in his chest. The gods revel in his torment, their laughter a cruel reminder that hope can be a prison just as suffocating as despair. And yet, amidst the darkness, a flicker of rebellion ignites. I will not break, he whispers to himself, his voice steadying. I will not succumb to the shadows. There's a warmth in the ember of resolve that begins to glow within him, a fierce determination to push against the tide, to fight against the laughter that seeks to drown him. As the stone rolls back to its starting place, Sisyphus rises, dusting off the remnants of his failures. The gods may laugh now, but the fire within him burns brighter. He remembers each failure, each agonizing descent, but he also remembers the strength that lies in rising again. The confrontation is not over, it's just beginning. In the depths of despair, he finds a strange solace. Every heartbeat echoes like thunder, reverberating through the night, reminding him that he is still alive. And while the gods may be powerful, they cannot extinguish the fire of his spirit. The cycle of punishment will continue, but the struggle itself has become a testament to his existence. The stone waits, patient and heavy, a familiar enemy, yet Sisyphus stands resolute. The darkness may loom, but within him lies a spark, a rebellion that refuses to be snuffed out. The gods can play their games, but they will never break him. The fight goes on, and as the night deepens, so too does his resolve, the relentless push against the stone, against the laughter, against fate itself. And I can feel it, the pulse of his defiance resonating within me, an unyielding rhythm that compels me to move forward, to face whatever comes next. The boulder loomed before him, an unforgiving mass of stone and despair, cold and unyielding. Each day, dawn broke with the same cruel ritual, and there he was, staring at the granite face as if it held the answers to his existence. I remember the chill in the air, the sharp bite of winter that crept beneath my skin, an all too familiar reminder of the futility that wrapped around my heart like an iron shackle. The world was still, a suffocating silence enveloped the valley, thick enough to choke on, leaving only the sound of his ragged breath. Then there was her laughter, bright and mocking, echoing in the hollow chambers of his mind, a ghost of joy that now felt like a distant star burned out before he ever knew its light. You think you can win? Delilah's voice licked at the edges of his memory, a bittersweet melody that twisted in his gut. She, too, was trapped, standing at the precipice of what ifs and could have beens, her life a mirage that shimmered just beyond his reach. Her smile, once radiant, now flickered with the shadows of unfulfilled dreams, a reminder of the choices that led them both here, into a cycle of endless struggle. Every time he flung himself against that boulder, he felt it shift, a tiny movement that fueled a glimmer of hope before it settled back into its obstinate position. It was an illusion, the promise of progress, a taunting mirage that drove him deeper into madness. I remember, he whispered to the stone, when it didn't feel like punishment. Each push was a reminder of every moment spent drowning in regret, in the stinging recollections of laughter that danced like fireflies in the night, fleeting, beautiful, and ultimately lost in the darkness. The sun dipped low, casting long shadows that danced around him, twisting into grotesque shapes, like the thoughts that swirled in his mind. What was the point of this eternal task? Was it punishment for a crime he had yet to comprehend? He glanced at Delilah, her gaze cast toward the horizon, where the sky bled colors that mocked their suffering. Shadows consumed her face, but beneath the surface, he could see her heart shattering, each fragment a reminder of the life they had abandoned. "Do you remember when we thought we could escape?" she asked, her voice a whisper that cut through the tension, a fragile thread tethering them to a past that now felt like a dream. Delilah's eyes, haunted yet fierce, searched his for an answer, a lifeline that had long since frayed. "What happened to us?" Her question hung thick in the air, a noose tightening around them both. The weight of their shared history crashed into him like a wave, and he struggled for breath. Memories crashed over him, moments of reckless youth spent dancing in the rain, dreaming of bright futures paved with possibilities. But dreams have a way of morphing into nightmares, don't they? "Life happened," he replied, his voice raw, as if he were unearthing long-buried pain. "It wore us down, like the wind-eroded stone." The boulder remained indifferent, an eternal witness to their suffering, as if mocking their emotional tempest with its steadfastness. Delilah stepped closer, her presence a flicker of warmth against the encroaching chill. "We can change this," she said, her voice rising with a defiance that reverberated through him, igniting a spark he thought long extinguished. "What if we push together?" The suggestion hung between them, a fragile thread of hope woven into the fabric of their despair. He looked into her eyes, searching for the truth behind the bravado. "Together." The word felt heavy, like lifting the boulder itself, filled with the weight of their intertwined fates. "Together," she echoed, determination etched into her features. "You're not alone in this, you never were." The idea struck him with a force that felt both exhilarating and terrifying. Here they stood, two souls bound by shared wounds, ready to confront the impossible. For the first time, he dared to imagine a world beyond the stone. "But what if we fail?" "Then we fail together," Delilah replied, a fierce light igniting within her. In that moment, every heartbeat felt like a drum, a war cry echoing through the silence as they steadied themselves, hands clasping together, fingers intertwining like the roots of ancient trees. Together, they pushed against the boulder, their breath synchronizing, a rhythm of desperation and hope that surged between them. The stone stirred, a tremor that sent shivers down his spine, igniting a swell of adrenaline that coursed through his veins. Their hearts thundered, a cacophony of emotion crashing against the weight of despair. The world around them faded, time losing meaning as they became a singular entity, two flawed, imperfect beings united against a force that loomed larger than life itself. "I remember," he gasped, the words spilling from his lips like a prayer, a chant, a mantra. Each push brought them closer, their shared resolve shaking the very foundation of their reality. It was exhilarating, terrifying, a dizzying dance with destiny, the boulder trembling under the force of their unified will. But as they strained against the weight of their burdens, shadows crept closer, whispering doubts, fears that clung to the edges of their resolve like cobwebs in the corners of a forgotten room. "What if it crushes us?" "Then we rise from the ashes," Delilah replied, her voice fierce against the darkness that threatened to consume them. The boulder rumbled ominously, a low growl that echoed the fears they dared not voice. Time blurred, minutes stretching into eternity as they fought, the world around them suspended in a fragile balance between hope and despair. The night sky unfurled above them, a canvas of stars, each one a distant promise, a reminder of the endless cosmos that existed beyond the weight of their task. And in that moment, they were not just rolling a boulder, they were carving their existence into the fabric of the universe, fighting against the odds with every ounce of strength they possessed. Their bodies heaved, trembling under the strain, but there was a fire igniting within them, a spark of defiance that pulsed with life beyond the stone. Together, they whispered, the word binding them, a talisman against the night. As they pushed, shadows writhed, fear and defiance intertwined. He could feel it, the rush of something changing, something raw and profound, gripping at his core. Together, they would face the darkness. Together, they could shift the unmovable. And together, just maybe, they could find their way back to the light. The stone rolls, slipping from my grasp, a cruel mockery of hope that shatters on the jagged rocks below. I feel the weight of it, the earth trembling beneath its descent, the echo reverberating in my bones. I stand there, heart pounding, mouth dry as dust, staring down into the abyss of despair. It's a black hole that swallows not just my stone but my very essence, my laughter, my dreams, each fragment crumbling into the void. I remember the sun, once bright, now a distant memory, a cruel reminder of a time before. The sky is a sullen grey, heavy with the weight of my existence. There, in that moment, I am lost, standing alongside my sister, Lena, whose eyes reflect the same shadows that haunt my own. She clutches a notebook, pages filled with her frantic scrawl, a desperate attempt to make sense of our twisted fates, her words spilling like blood onto the paper. "What is it?" she whispers, her voice trembling, fragile as spider silk. "What does it mean to push a stone for eternity?" I want to scream, to rip the notebook from her hands and throw it into the churning sea of our shared madness. But I can't. I can only watch as the despair etched on her face deepens, the crumpled edges of her sanity fraying like the worn fibers of our lives. Meaning. I laugh, a harsh bark that echoes in the cavern of my chest. Meaning is a luxury we can't afford, darling sister. We are the architects of our own punishment, prisoners of a cosmic joke we can't comprehend. The stone rolls back, and I feel it, the crushing weight of futility pressing against my chest as I lunge forward, arms outstretched, fingers brushing against the coarse surface, slick with the sweat of my struggle. I can almost taste the bitterness of defeat on my tongue. I can see it in the glimmer of her eyes as she watches me. "Why do you keep doing this?" she asks, and her voice is a lifeline, a thread that pulls me from the depths. "You know it will never change." Because, I murmur, my breath shallow, perhaps in the act of pushing, I'm not just a prisoner. Perhaps I'm alive. The air hangs heavy between us, thick with the weight of unspoken fears and dreams stained with desperation. I turn back to my stone, its surface glistening with the promise of something more, a promise I can't articulate but feel in my bones. And there's Marcus, lurking in the shadows, a twisted grin stretched across his face. He's a spectre of laughter and pain, a jester at this grim carnival of existence, throwing his voice like daggers into our fragile hearts. "You think this madness is yours alone," he chuckles, his tone laced with mockery. "We're all Sisyphus in our own right, you know." My stone? It wears a suit and tie and has a corner office. His words stab me, and I catch Lena's gaze flicker toward him, a mix of amusement and horror. "You play the game and lose every time," she whispers, and I can feel the tremor in her voice, the trace of empathy that cuts deeper than any knife. "You're trapped, Marcus, just like us." "Trapped," he echoes, eyes sparkling with a manic gleam. "No, my dear, I am free. Free to laugh at the absurdity of it all. To dance on the edge of oblivion." He twirls, arms flung wide, a clown spinning in the face of despair. But I see the cracks beneath his facade, the flickers of doubt that haunt his laughter. I see the hunger for meaning clawing at him, just as it claws at me. Does it hurt to be this wild? I ask, my voice a whisper, the aching question lingering in the air like smoke from a dying fire. He pauses, the laughter fading, replaced by a shadow that crosses his face, an echo of pain I recognize too well. "It cuts deeper than you know," he admits, and for a moment, we're all just broken souls standing together on this hill of anguish, surrounded by the ghosts of our failures. And then, the stone beckons again, its surface warm beneath my fingertips, urging me forward. I push, sweat pouring down my brow, muscles straining against the relentless gravity of my existence. Each heave is a battle, each inch gained a temporary victory before the inevitable slide back into despair. I feel Lena's gaze burn into me, her silent prayers echoing in my ears, a tether that keeps me from slipping entirely into the abyss. "Why do we do this?" she asks again, breathless, her voice trembling with emotion. "What does it all mean?" I want to tell her that it means everything and nothing, that the struggle itself may hold the key to our salvation, or our damnation. But the words choke in my throat, an iron weight I cannot lift. Because, I say finally, heart pounding, perhaps it's not about the stone. I look at her, desperation clawing at my insides. Maybe it's about the push. Maybe it's about the fight. In that moment, I see it, the flicker of understanding in her eyes, an ember igniting somewhere deep within the darkness. It's a fragile hope, like a candle flickering in a storm, but it's something. The clock ticks ominously above us, each second a reminder of the time lost. The laughter faded and the dreams turned to dust. Lena steps forward, her notebook trembling in her hands. Then let's push together. Her voice, a beacon, pulls us back from the precipice of despair. The air thickens with tension, a fragile thread woven between our hearts as we join forces against the inevitable. And Marcus, with a wild laugh, joins our side, arms raised high as if to challenge the cosmos itself. Let's dance with our stones, he shouts, a crazy glint in his eye, and for a fleeting moment, we are alive, 3 broken souls defying the universe, refusing to be mere shadows in its grand narrative. The stone trembles beneath our combined strength, a potent symbol of our shared suffering and defiance. But I feel the ground shifting beneath us, the earth rumbling like a warning from the depths of creation itself. The clock ticks on, relentless, as we push against the gravity of our existence, each heartbeat echoing in the silence, a pulse against the void. And as I glance back at Lena, her fierce determination igniting a flame within me, I realize that perhaps the struggle is not in the stone itself but in the bonds that tether us, the laughter that rises in defiance of despair, the defiance that ignites our souls. We may be Sisyphus, but we are also so much more, and in this fleeting moment, we are alive. The stone rolls back, and we prepare to push again, ready to confront the weight of our own existence, together. The boulder loomed above them, a grotesque silhouette against the darkening sky, cold and unyielding, like the weight of their collective despair. It was not just rock, it was the embodiment of every challenge they had ever faced, every wound that never healed, every dream that crumbled under its weight. The air crackled with tension as Amelia's breath quickened, her heart pounding like a war drum in her chest. She could feel the sharpness of the gravel beneath her feet, biting into her soles as she stood rooted, staring at the stone that symbolized everything she had tried to escape. "I can't do this anymore." Her voice trembled, the words barely above a whisper, yet they pierced the heavy silence, echoing into the void. It was a confession, a surrender. Amelia's fingers curled into fists, nails digging into her palms, as if to anchor herself against the tide of overwhelming fear and sadness that threatened to drown her. She remembered her father's final words, a fading whisper lost in the chaos of their last argument, and how they hovered like ghosts in the shadows of her mind. He had called her weak, had told her she would never amount to anything more than a dreamer. The boulder felt like his voice made stone, mocking her. Next to her, Lucas crouched down, his eyes locked onto the boulder as if it were a riddle he could solve. His brow furrowed, and for a moment, Amelia saw a flicker of hope in his gaze, a desperate wish that maybe, just maybe, they could move it. But then the light dimmed, fading under the weight of reality. Lucas had always been the steadfast one, the rock in her turbulent sea, but tonight he was just as lost, just as haunted. "I remember the stars," he said suddenly, voice thick with nostalgia, as though conjuring a memory from the depths of his soul. "Lying in the field behind my old house, counting them one by one, thinking life was endless. Now look at us." He gestured toward the boulder, frustration spilling over. "We can't even move a stone." The night air felt electric, charged with the unspoken truths hanging between them. Memories collided like waves crashing against the shore, the laughter, the shared dreams, the things that once connected them now splintered between fear and doubt. They had been close once. Once. There was a time when they would have laughed at the idea of a boulder stopping them. But now, faced with this monstrous obstacle, those memories felt like cruel taunts, whispers of a life that seemed so far away. Amelia stepped closer to the boulder, eye searching its rugged surface, seeking a crack, a flaw, anything that might give way. "What if we just," she hesitated, the words danced on her tongue, balancing on the precipice of possibility and despair. "What if we just push it together?" The suggestion felt absurd, yet somehow, it shimmered with the faintest glimmer of hope. Lucas sighed, the sound heavy and filled with doubt. "What if we fail? What if we just end up hurting ourselves more?" Her heart sank, the weight of his words pinning her to the ground. But what if we don't? The question hung between them, fragile yet potent, a lifeline thrown into the dark abyss of uncertainty. They stood there, tension thick and suffocating, as if the world around them held its breath. The boulder loomed, indifferent and eternal, yet somehow it felt alive, pulsating with the weight of their fears, their failures, their very lives. Amelia could taste the bitterness of regret on her tongue, the sharp edges of what could have been. She thought of her mother, the way she used to dance in the kitchen, laughter spilling from her lips like sunshine. The image flickered and faded, swallowed by the shadow of the boulder. Amelia, Luca said softly, breaking the spell, we can't change the past, but we can face this. Together. He reached for her hand, his grip warm and steady, grounding her in the swirling chaos that threatened to consume them both. Together, she echoed, allowing the word to dissolve the fear that had wrapped around her heart like a vice. They would push, they would struggle, but they would do it together. The boulder was not just a stone, it was a testament to their resilience, a challenge beckoning them to rise from the ashes of their pain and disappointment. Taking a deep breath, Amelia squared her shoulders, arms shaking with a mix of anticipation and dread. As they both positioned themselves, she felt the coolness of the rock against her palms, its surface rough and unyielding, like the trials of their lives. On 3, she whispered, her voice trembling with a mixture of fear and adrenaline. 1, 2, the world narrowed to just the 3 of them, the boulder, Lucas, and herself. 3. They pushed with all their strength, muscles straining, hearts racing. The boulder shifted, just a fraction, but it was enough to ignite a spark of hope. She could feel Lucas beside her, his energy surging into her, intertwining their fears and their dreams, a silent pact forged in the heat of the moment. But then, just as quickly, it rolled back. The sound was thunderous, a roar that echoed in her chest, and despair crashed around them like a tidal wave. They stumbled back, breathless, hearts pounding in their ears, the weight of their failure crashing down like an avalanche. The ground beneath them felt unstable, shaky, like their very foundation was crumbling. Why can't we do this? Amelia screamed, raw and vulnerable, the words clawing their way out of her throat. Lucas's face was a mask of anguish, eyes glimmering with unshed tears. Maybe we're not meant to, he choked out, the admission a bitter pill lodged in their throats. The boulder loomed larger than life, a cruel reminder of the battles they couldn't win. It had become a symbol of every struggle they had ever faced, the loss, the grief, the relentless fear that life would never change. Every heartbeat echoed the truth, some stones are too heavy, some burdens too great. Yet, amid the despair, a flicker of something else rose within Amelia, a determination forged from the depths of her heartbreak. We will not let it win, she said, her voice fierce, ignited by a flame that refused to be snuffed out. We will keep pushing. And in that moment, she realized the boulder was not merely a challenge but a reflection of their inner turmoil, a representation of every tear shed, every heartache endured. It was a testament to their strength and their flaws, the duality of fear and hope that intertwined within them. With renewed resolve, they stepped forward once more. This time, it wasn't about moving the boulder, it was about facing it together. Unyielding. Unbroken. They would continue, even if the boulder never budged, because life was not just about the stones in their path, it was about the strength they drew from each other, the love that defied the darkness, the light that flickered despite the shadows. And so, they pushed forward, hearts entwined, standing against the vastness of the cosmos, ready to face whatever came next, united in their struggle, forever marked by the boulder that challenged them to rise. The stone rolled back down, thunderous and unyielding, as Sisyphus stood at the precipice of despair, his hands raw and trembling. Sweat dripped from his brow, mingling with the earth beneath his feet, a grim reminder of his eternal struggle. The echoes of the boulder crashing into the valley below reverberated through his mind like a haunting refrain, a symphony of futility that played on repeat. He cast a glance at the horizon, where the fading sun bled into a canvas of despair, and he felt the weight of his hubris pressing down upon him, each breath a reminder of his defiance against the gods. Why, he whispered to the wind, as if the universe could hear his lament. Why do I persist? Yet, in that moment of vulnerability, he knew the answer was as bitter as the dust in his mouth. It was the taste of ambition turned sour, the thrill of rebelling against fate, and the relentless echo of his own name, a name that echoed through the annals of time, pinned to the tragedy of his existence. I remember when I thought hubris was simply arrogance, an inflated sense of self-importance. But standing there, no longer the king, but a prisoner of his own making, I felt the true nature of it. It was intoxicating, like a drug that coursed through his veins, urging him on, making him feel invincible even as he clawed at the dirt, desperate to reclaim his lost glory. The gods had laughed at him, their voices like thunder, mocking his every failed attempt. "You think you can cheat death," they taunted. "You think you can outsmart the cosmos." But Sisyphus was not alone in his torment. In the shadows of the craggy hills, a figure watched, the spectre of his wife, Eurydice, her eyes hollow like the void, silently pleading for his return. She was a ghost trapped in a memory, a love extinguished too soon, her soul forever tethered to the rock that her husband so desperately sought to conquer. "Come back to me," her lips mouthed, though no sound escaped, just as Sisyphus' dreams of freedom slipped through his fingers like grains of sand. And then there was the boy, a mere child with wild, unkempt hair, who had dared to challenge the gods in his own way. I remember the day he stood before Sisyphus, eyes gleaming with the innocence of youth, proclaiming, "I will not be like you. I will not be chained to a boulder." The boy's fire ignited a flicker of hope within Sisyphus, a fleeting thought that perhaps his own struggle could inspire something greater than despair. But as he watched the boy's laughter fade into the distance, swallowed by the shadows of the mountain, he felt the crushing weight of inevitability settle upon his shoulders. "Foolish child," he thought. "You do not know the price of defiance." In that moment, he realized that hubris was not merely the act of believing oneself superior, it was the belief that one could escape the cyclical nature of existence. It gnawed at him, a relentless reminder that no matter how hard he pushed, he would always be bound to this eternal task. Each day began with a spark of hope, a fleeting moment when the sun kissed the earth and whispered promises of freedom. Sisyphus would rise, muscles aching, heart thundering, and he would grasp the stone, feeling its cold surface against his skin, as if it were a part of him. He would push, with all his might, feeling the rush of adrenaline as he neared the summit. The wind would howl around him, a tempest of fury and freedom, and for a brief moment, he would dare to dream. But then, inevitably, the boulder would slip from his grasp, tumbling down, dragging him with it into the abyss of hopelessness. I remember, he would whisper, each word a dagger in his heart, the taste of victory, just out of reach. Eurydice's figure flickered in the corners of his vision, a reminder of what once was. He could almost hear her laugh, a melody so sweet it twisted like a knife in his gut. "You chose this, Sisyphus," her voice echoed in his mind. "You fought against fate, and now you pay the price." But still, the boy lingered, a memory woven into the fabric of his struggle. "I will not be trapped," the boy had said, defiance etched onto his young face. And Sisyphus found himself clinging to that defiance, fanning its flame even as the darkness closed in. Time was a cruel mistress, her hands moving like shadows across the sky, and Sisyphus felt her grip tightening around his heart. He wrestled with the concept of eternity, wondering if the moments he spent climbing were worth the inevitable fall. Was he merely a puppet dancing to the strings of existence, or was there a sliver of truth in his rebellion? The tension mounted as the spectre of defeat loomed ever larger, and every heartbeat thundered in his chest like a war drum announcing the end of all things. But hope is a fragile thing, and as he reached for the stone once more, he glimpsed the boy's face in the swirling dust. "You can break free," the boy seemed to say, though his voice was lost among the howling winds. "You can be more than this." And the cycle began again, each push of the stone mingled with the haunting specters of love and loss, ambition and defeat. The sun dipped lower, casting long shadows over the valley, and Sisyphus felt the weight of his existence stretching infinitely into the chasm of despair. Each stone he rolled upwards whispered of his hubris, of the folly of man in the face of the divine. Are we not all Sisyphus? I pondered as I watched him, the embodiment of struggle, a tragic hero caught between dreams and reality. The boy's laughter faded into a haunting echo, and Eurydice's eyes glimmered with unshed tears. Time hung in the air, a taut wire ready to snap, and I found myself holding my breath, waiting, always waiting for the moment when hubris would meet its reckoning. The stone rolled, the shadows loomed, and the cycle spun on, a relentless tide swallowing the shores of hope. With each heartbeat, Sisyphus pushed against the tide, a testament to the human spirit, flawed and relentless. The universe watched, indifferent, as the boy and the woman faded into legend, and Sisyphus stood alone, a tragic hero forever entwined in the nuances of hubris. The air crackled with tension as the moon hung low, a silent observer draped in silver, casting shadows that danced like specters across the trembling earth. In the distance, sirens howled, a mournful wail echoing through the streets, a reminder that chaos was never too far away. I stood in the heart of that chaos, my chest tight, my breath shallow, the weight of the world pressing down like the heavy iron gates of the underworld. I remember the moments before the storm. I remember the way his voice trembled, warmth swallowed by the chill of despair. Orpheus, the once brilliant bard, now a man consumed by loss. I could see him standing at the threshold of the abyss, guitar slung like a battle axe, every note he played laced with sorrow. "I will get her back," he whispered, eyes wild with a desperate fire, but deep within, a flicker of doubt danced. What price was he willing to pay for love? Would he sacrifice everything, including his sanity? Persephone, the queen of shadows, trapped beneath the earth like a precious jewel buried in darkness. I could feel her spirit, like a whisper against my skin, longing to break free. She was the embodiment of spring, yet death coiled around her, a serpent binding her to the cold, unyielding soil. I remember her laughter, bright and haunting, each note a reminder of the joy stolen from the world. Her absence was a gaping wound, festering, demanding attention. Orpheus could not bear it, and neither could I. And yet, the undercurrent of doubt tugged at my heart. I watched as he prepared to descend into the realm of Hades, a place where hope withered like autumn leaves, where a lover's plea was but a faint echo against the stone walls of despair.
What if she doesn't want to return?
I asked, my voice a shaky thread of fear. What if she chooses the darkness? His gaze pierced through me, and in that moment, I glimpsed the tempest within, a mixture of hope and terror swirling like a storm cloud. There was a stillness, a thick silence that blanketed the air. The anticipation was almost unbearable. I could see the shadows lengthening around him, fingers of night creeping closer as if to draw him in. He stepped forward, each movement deliberate, as if he was traversing the edge of a great abyss. One slip, one misstep, and he would be lost forever. My heart raced as I remembered the myths, the tales spun from threads of love and loss, the cyclical dance between life and death. There was a reason the gods whispered warnings, we are all just pawns in a game far greater than ourselves. I remember the first time I heard their story, the way it wrapped around my soul like a lover's embrace. Persephone, plucked from the bloom of life, stolen into the shadows, her cries echoing through the realms. Orpheus, the heartbroken bard, whose music could charm the very stones. Their connection was electric, a bond forged in the fires of despair. Yet, I felt the weight of inevitability, the threads of fate weaving a tapestry of sorrow. As Orpheus descended, I felt the ground tremble beneath him, a response to his grief, a reminder that even the earth mourned. Each step echoed like a heartbeat, a relentless drum that matched the rhythm of my own racing pulse. I remember the darkness wrapping around him, thick and oppressive, each shadow a reminder of the countless souls trapped in eternal longing. It was a dance with death, a confrontation with despair. I wanted to scream, to pull him back, to shout that some doors should never be opened. He paused at the banks of the Styx, the river that separated the living from the dead, its waters dark and thick, swirling with the weight of unfulfilled dreams. Charon, the ferryman, glared at him from the other side, ice cold like the void. "You dare to enter," he spat, voice dripping with disdain. "What do you seek among the lost?" "I seek love," Orpheus replied, voice fierce but trembling, "and I will not leave without her." I could feel the power of his resolve, a fierce light flickering against the darkness, but even I knew that love was a double-edged sword. Would it cut him free or bind him forever? As he crossed the waters, I saw the shadows shift, dark figures swirling around him, echoes of souls forgotten. Each gaze held pain, a reminder of what happens when love is tested against the relentless tide of fate. "Remember," they whispered, voices like rusted chains clinking in the night, "the price of love is steep." In the depths of the underworld, Persephone lingered, a haunting figure cloaked in darkness. I could almost feel her presence, a heavy pull that threatened to swallow me whole. Orpheus approached her, guitar in hand, the strings vibrating with grief, every note a plea wrapped in the fabric of his very essence. "I came for you," he sang, voice breaking, raw and exposed. But what if she hesitated? What if the darkness had seeped too deep into her bones, wrapping her heart in tendrils of despair? I felt the chill of uncertainty crawl up my spine. As he sang, I saw her shadow flicker. Was it hope or resignation? The intensity wrapped around me, each heartbeat echoing the question that lingered in the air: was love enough to conquer the abyss? "Orpheus," she whispered, voice like smoke, drifting in the shadows. "You shouldn't have come." And in that moment, I felt the world tilt, a cosmic balance shifting, and all I could do was hold my breath, waiting for the inevitable, the clash of love and fate spiraling toward its tragic conclusion. The air thickened with emotion, raw and visceral, as Orpheus reached for her. Would she take his hand? Would she rise to the surface, or would she remain lost in the depths? The tension coiled like a serpent, ready to strike as I felt the weight of the cosmos pressing down, an unseen hand guiding the dance of despair. I knew, deep within, that this was only the beginning. The tragic connection of myths wound tightly around their hearts, an unbreakable bond forged in the fires of longing and loss. And as the echoes of their stories collided, the world held its breath, teetering on the edge of oblivion, waiting for the next note to shatter the silence. The boulder loomed like a dark star in the obsidian sky, a pulsing weight of despair that had become my universe. I stood, not in the shadows of ancient Greece, but trapped inside the roaring heart of my own existence, each breath a futile gasp against the tide of inevitability. Sweat dripped from my brow, mingling with the dust of my soul. I could feel it, if an oppressive weight that pressed down on my chest, squeezing out hope, word by word, heartbeat by heartbeat. "Just one more push," I whispered, my voice cracking like dry earth beneath the relentless sun. The stone was cold, too cold, as if it drank in the warmth of my spirit, converting vitality into agony. Sisyphus looked up, his eyes mirroring the endless night. "What if we're meant to break?" he asked, despair threading through his tone like a threadbare tapestry. The boulder hung above, taunting, a specter of fate it seemed we could never escape. A flash of movement caught my eye. Hermes, the trickster with his messenger's wings. He darted around us, a blur of silver in the dimness, laughter in his eyes that could slice through the heavy silence. "You're not meant to break, sweet Sisyphus," he chimed, his voice like the tinkling of distant wind chimes. "You're meant to be broken." After all, what is fate but a cosmic joke, an elaborate riddle without an answer? There was a truth in his words, a sickening thrill that sent shivers down my spine. Fate was a master puppeteer, pulling the strings of our lives, but was it all just a cruel comedy? As if in response, the boulder rolled back down the hill, mocking my effort. It tumbled over stones, each clatter echoing through my mind like the ticking of a clock, a mockery of the moments I could never reclaim. "It's hopeless," I muttered under my breath, my heart heavy with the weight of despair. But Sisyphus, with his sunken shoulders and weary eyes, turned to me, the intensity of his gaze piercing through my fog of self-pity. "No," he rasped, breathless and raw, "it's a choice." The desperation in his voice ignited something deep within me, a flicker of defiance against the dark. He reached for my hand, rough and calloused, his grip igniting a spark that rushed through my veins. "Every moment we push against this stone, we reclaim our free will. Don't let the weight of fate crush you. Embrace it." But what if fate was the only truth? The world around us was alive with whispers of the past, shadows weaving into the very fabric of our existence, each breath a recollection of a long-forgotten melody. I remembered the way the moon hung heavy in the sky, casting ghostly light on the paths we tread, illuminating the beauty in our struggle. Could we be the architects of our own despair? Or were we merely puppets, dancing on the strings of destiny? Hermes hovered above us, his laughter fading into a haunting echo. "You dance to the rhythm of fate, my friends, but you also write your own steps. Isn't that the madness? The absurdity?" His grin was a flash of mischief, but the underlying truth pounded against my chest like a war drum. The weight of the boulder was more than stone, it was my own fear, my own doubts manifesting into something tangible, something terrifying. Every time I push it back up, I face the abyss, Sisyphus said, his voice trembling. But I've come to love the struggle. That is where I find my strength. His words struck me like lightning, illuminating the darkness within. Standing there, sweat and blood mingling with dusty earth, I felt the pulse of something larger. Could we choose to love the struggle? Could that be our victory over fate? The shadows danced around us, swirling like phantoms in a funeral march. I could hear the distant cries of lost souls, a chorus of anguish echoing through the void. And yet, in that moment, I understood. Fate was a master of illusion, but within its tight grip lay the freedom to rebel, to rise against the raging tide. Every push was a whisper of rebellion, a declaration that we would not be silenced. But could we ever truly escape? In the far recesses of my mind, doubts clawed at me like ravenous beasts. What if the boulder was not merely a stone, but a representation of our darkest fears, our failures, our regrets? Each time it tumbled down, each time I failed, wasn't I just reconfirming my chains? I lifted my gaze to Sisyphus, his silhouette stark against the night sky. What if we're just replaying the same tragedy? I asked, my voice trembling. Then we make it our tragedy, he replied, a fierce determination illuminating his features. In every cycle of despair, we find new meaning. It's not about conquering the boulder, it's about finding purpose in the struggle. He grasped my hand tighter, and together we began to push against the stone once more. The world around us dissolved into shadows, the echoes of the past intertwining with the present, wrapping us in a bittersweet embrace. In that moment, the boulder felt lighter, not because it had changed, but because we had. The struggle became a dance, a chaotic rhythm that united us against the relentless march of fate. I could hear the laughter of Hermes, a haunting melody that entwined with our every heartbeat. Together, we would defy the absurdity, reclaiming our narrative, our fleeting existence. As we pushed, the darkness around us pulsed with a life of its own, swirling like a tempest, waiting to consume us. But we pressed on, against the weight of the world, against the laughter of the gods, against the echoes of despair that threatened to swallow us whole. In that struggle, we found our hearts beating in unison, a defiance against the haunting shadows of inevitability. And as the boulder rolled back down, we stood resolute, hearts racing, breaths heavy with anticipation. Fate would laugh, but we would dance, entwined in the paradox of our existence, forever caught between the weight of the stone and the freedom of choice. The night was dark, the echoes of our laughter rising like a crescendo against the silence, a promise that we would never be alone in this absurdity called life. The stone slips through his fingers, a heartbeat echoing in the unforgiving air, a fleeting moment when the weight of the world trembles in his grip. I remember that sound, the dull thud of despair as Sisyphus watches it roll back down, the inevitability of his fate, a cruel mockery from the gods, who linger in the shadows like specters of a life he can never reclaim. Each ascent, each futile struggle, a reminder that hope is just another illusion, painted brightly in the colors of a sunset only to be swallowed by the night. His breath quickens, jagged and raw, each inhalation a sharp reminder of the burden he bears, not merely the stone, but the knowledge of his own deceit. A trickster's heart beats within him, the very heart that played the gods, dared to dance on the thin line between mortal and divine. How absurd, this delusion of power! The gods, with their flashing eyes and poisoned smiles, had believed they could crush him, bend him to their will. But in truth, Sisyphus learned, deception is not just a tool of the gods, it is a weapon of the spirit. I remember, as if from afar, the moment when the truth crept into my own heart, a flicker of doubt, a gnawing unease. It was there in the dark, when I learned that the gods were not the only ones who could wield illusions, even I was capable of deception. There was a time when I wore a mask, painted bright with laughter, concealing shadows that whispered secrets. I played my part perfectly, each smile a carefully crafted lie, my life a series of performances under the watchful gaze of those who thought they knew me. But standing beside Sisyphus, I felt the tremors of his soul. There was a power in his struggle, a raw ferocity that clawed at the edges of my own heart. He was more than a man condemned, he was defiance personified. With every futile push against the stone, I saw the rebellion in his eyes, an ember of hope flickering defiantly against the encroaching darkness, and I wanted to reach out, to touch that fire. The gods, oh how they relished their games, their petty squabbles hidden beneath layers of grandeur. They feasted on our suffering, our despair. I could see them now, lurking like vultures, their laughter a chilling wind that swept through the valley of despair. Each heartbeat wrapped in chains, I felt the weight of their gaze, a pressure thickening the air around us. "You think you can outsmart us?" their laughter echoed, a cacophony that sent shivers down my spine. But Sisyphus, he didn't flinch. He stood tall, shoulders back, fists clenched, daring them to break him. But what happens when the gods weave their tricks? When deception becomes a cruel mistress, leading you down paths you never wished to tread. I saw the struggle in Sisyphus' eyes morph into a shimmering resolve, a deep-rooted understanding that the stone wasn't just his burden, it was a part of him. He was tethered to it, bound in a cosmic dance of defiance and despair. And I felt the echo of his struggle resonate within me, a resonance that stirred memories of my own deceptions, the lies I told myself to survive. I remember the faces of those I had betrayed, their eyes searching mine for truth, and finding nothing but shadows. In that moment of reckoning, I could see them all, the weeping specters of my past, haunting me like the gods taunting Sisyphus. "You'll never be free," they whispered, their voices laced with malice, for every deception has its price. But there was beauty in the struggle, a haunting grace that tugged at my soul. The air crackled with tension as Sisyphus summoned all his strength for one more push. The stone felt heavier today, more insidious as it rolled back, mocking him, taunting our shared defiance. I could feel the sting of tears behind my eyes as I watched him, raw and visceral in his determination. Each failure, each moment spent in the company of despair, carved deeper lines into the fabric of his spirit, yet he rose again, refusing to yield. It was a cruel tapestry, woven by the hands of the divine, yet Sisyphus had learned the cruelest truth: the gods could only deceive him if he let them. And in that moment, with the shadows deepening around us, I understood the power of his rebellion. It was not merely against the stone or the gods, it was against the very nature of deception itself. He pushed again, gritting his teeth, his breath hitching, a primal sound of anger and fear. I wanted to scream, to join him in that struggle, to feel the earth tremble beneath our feet as we fought against the invisible chains binding us. But the gods, they watched still, their eyes glimmering with malice. I could feel their presence tightening like a noose around my throat. I remember the stories whispered among the firelight, tales of heroes and gods, deception woven through every plot. Some say it is the fate of men to be pawns in their grand games, but Sisyphus, oh, he was no pawn. He was a king in his own right, defying the very fabric of fate with each push. Each moment he spent battling the stone tethered our souls together, the weight of existence forged in that shared struggle. As the stone rolled back once more, a gust of wind carried the scent of forgotten dreams, memories fading like smoke. In that breath, I saw a flicker of something divine within his defiance. The gods might have woven the tapestry of his fate, but he was the one holding the needle, stitching his own truth amidst the lies. And as he pushed once more, a fire ignited in my heart, a fierce, wild flame that refused to be extinguished. What would it cost to escape the chains of deception? What price would we pay for honesty in a world draped in shadows? I felt the weight of destiny pressing down, the echoes of Sisyphus's struggle urging me to rebel against my own truths, to strip away the layers of deceit that clung to my skin like a second layer of flesh. And so, we stood there, two souls bent beneath the weight of our burdens, the gods watching with sharp smiles, the stone of despair ever present, yet the flicker of hope ignited a wild beat within us. Together, we would push against the darkness, against the weight of the unseen hand that sought to control us, defying not just the gods, but the very nature of our existence. The stone might never rest at the summit, but there was power in the struggle, a truth too potent to ignore. I remember the moment when I understood, deception is merely a veil, and beneath it lies the heart of human defiance, raw and unyielding, waiting for the world to notice, waiting for the gods to tremble in fear. And Sisyphus, in his eternal battle, became a beacon, illuminating the path for the rest of us, showing that even in a world of lies, each push against the stone is a refusal to surrender. The air hung heavy, thick like the fog that blankets a graveyard at dawn. Shadows danced in the flickering light of dying torches, casting grotesque shapes on the stone walls. A whisper of anguish cut through the silence, the sound of chains rattling, a reminder of the broken souls confined within the underworld's grasp. Here, where hope faded faster than a candle's flame, two figures stood at the precipice of despair. I remember the moment when I first caught sight of Eurydice, her face pale as moonlight, eyes glistening with unshed tears. Her beauty was a haunting melody, one that echoed in the hollow chambers of the heart. She reached for me, fingers trembling, as if the mere act of touching could defy the weight of the darkness that enveloped us. Orpheus, she breathed, her voice a fragile thread in the oppressive gloom. I can feel it. I can feel them watching. We were standing on the edge of the Acron, the river of woe, its waters as black as the void that consumed our memories. The air crackled with tension, the fragile line between hope and despair blurring with each heartbeat. I could see the specters lurking just beyond the bank, lost souls, twisted and tormented, their faces contorted in eternal agony. I felt their sorrow wrap around me like a shroud, stifling breath, smothering dreams. They were the damned, condemned for their flaws, their mistakes echoing in the barrenness of this forsaken place. "Why did you come here, Eurydice?" I implored, my voice thick with anguish, a desperate plea against the encroaching shadows. "I thought you were safe, that I had saved you." The pain was a raw wound, each word a jagged shard burrowing deeper. I had braved the depths of Hades for her, strumming my lyre in a futile attempt to awaken the heart of the Lord of Death himself. And yet, here we were, caught in the web of fate once more. "Orpheus, I'm not whole," she whispered, her voice a tremor of vulnerability that nearly shattered me. "The underworld has a way of leaving scars, of fracturing souls. I don't know how to return." The words hung between us, a chilling truth that seeped into my bones. I felt the weight of eternity pressing down on my chest, a relentless reminder of the choices that brought us here. I thought of the moments we'd shared, the laughter, the music, the warmth of sunlight on our skin, and how they had been swallowed whole by the abyss. But it was not just Eurydice who haunted my thoughts. I remembered the figure of Hades, the merciless king with eyes as dark as the depths of the ocean. A man forged from shadows, who wore a crown of anguish. He had watched me with an inscrutable expression, a mixture of pity and malice. "Love is a fragile thing, Orpheus," he had said, his voice like the rustling of dead leaves. "It can be beautiful, yes, but it is also a weapon. And I, too, can wield it." My heart raced as the implications of his words settled in. I had traded my soul for Eurydice, but what had I gained? The underworld was not a place for the broken to be mended. Instead, it twisted love into a cruel joke, a tormenting reminder of what was lost. I felt the chill of despair seep into my veins, each pulse a reminder of the inevitability of punishment, of darkness. I thought of those who wandered these halls, lost and forgotten, their regrets echoing like a cacophony in my mind. "Look!" Eurydice gasped, pointing toward the river. A figure emerged from the depths, a wretched soul, dragging chains that clinked like the laughter of the damned. It was Sisyphus, condemned to roll a boulder up a steep hill only to watch it roll back down, over and over, eternally trapped in his own torment. He caught my gaze, and for a brief moment, our eyes locked, understanding coursing between us like a jolt of electricity. "What have we done?" he mouthed, his voice lost in the winds of sorrow. "Orpheus," Eurydice's voice shattered my reverie, pulling me back to her despair. "We're not meant to be here. We don't belong in this nightmare." I could see it, the flicker of fear in her eyes, the tremor of her lips. "You have to leave me. I can't go back with you. I won't survive it." The words sliced through me, each syllable a dagger, twisting in my gut. She was the light that had guided me through my own darkness, yet here she was, ready to abandon the last thread of hope. "No!" I shouted, the sound reverberating off the stone walls, a desperate outcry against the universe. "I can't let you go, not like this. We've fought too hard." My heart thundered, a cacophony of rage and desperation. "I will not leave you." But the weight of Hades' realm was too much, too suffocating. I could feel the walls closing in, the shadows crawling closer, whispering secrets of despair. The air crackled with tension, the rhythm of our hearts a frantic symphony of anguish. And then came the whispers, the cries of the tormented, the echoes of lost souls pleading for release. I could feel them clawing at the edges of my sanity, their despair infecting my thoughts. I looked at Eurydice, saw the flicker of fear morph into resignation. The realization hit like a blow to my chest: this place wouldn't be our salvation. It was a prison, an unending cycle of suffering. Eurydice, I choked, the words thick with despair. I can't let you fade away. I can't lose you again. The chains of destiny tightened around us, and I felt the weight of every choice I had made. The echoes of failure reverberated through the air, each note a reminder of our shattered dreams. And just then, I saw her, Persephone, a radiant figure caught between two worlds, the queen of the underworld, her beauty a haunting reminder of springtime lost. She stepped forward, her gaze piercing through the darkness, a halo of light in a realm of shadows. You must choose, Orpheus. Will you forsake the light for the love that binds you, or will you let her go free? I felt the tears sting my eyes, each drop a crystal shard of pain. I was caught in a tempest, emotion swirling, battling within me. The choice loomed before me, heavy as the weight of eternity. Each heartbeat echoed the truth. I could feel the pulse of the cosmos, the dance of stars in the distance, but all of it seemed so far away, fading like a dying embers. I looked back at Eurydice, her eyes shimmering like stars in a drowned sky, and in that moment, I knew I would confront the abyss, the darkness, whatever it took. The shadows closed in, but I would not back down. I would not let love be a weapon turned against us. I would fight until the bitter end, because in this place of punishment, even hope could be found in the unlikeliest of corners. And so, I reached for her hand, the night growing ever thicker around us. The boulder loomed like a misbegotten child of the earth, its rough surface gleaming under a sun that had long since forgotten warmth. I could feel the grip of despair tightening around my throat as Sisyphus, his muscles taut and glistening with sweat, pushed against the stone's relentless weight. Each heave, each grunt was like a heartbeat, echoing a rhythm of futility that sent shivers through me. I wanted to shout, to scream, but what good would it do? The air was thick with the silence of inevitability, a spectral witness to this tragic dance. I remember the first time I met him, in a place that felt like a fever dream, a city draped in shadows, where laughter echoed off the cobblestones like ghosts of joy that had long since left. Camilla stood beside me, her eyes wide with a mixture of fascination and horror. He's a king, you know, she said, half-heartedly, as if trying to convince herself. But look at him now. Her voice trembled, thick with guilt and pity, as if she too carried the weight of the stone. We were both haunted, drawn to the anomaly that was Sisyphus, our hearts drumming against our ribs like caged birds longing for freedom. As he pushed, I caught glimpses of his past, tales woven like spider silk into the very fabric of his being. The cunning king who deceived death, who laughed in the face of fate and dared to outsmart the gods. But now, here he was, a tragic marionette, each string pulled taut with the weight of his own hubris. I could almost hear the whispers of the ancients, mocking him from the shadows. He thought he could play God, and now look at him. The gods can be cruel, Camilla murmured, a tremor in her voice that suggested she might believe it. I wanted to tell her that cruelty was often just another name for indifference, but the words turned to ash on my tongue. Instead, I merely watched as Sisyphus rolled the stone, inching it up the hill, only for it to tumble back down, a mocking laughter echoing in the depths of the valley. Every time it crashed, it was like the world inhaled sharply, a gasp of recognition for the futility of existence. The stone was not merely a boulder, it was a metaphor, an imprisonment. I could feel the weight of my own burdens, the mundane struggles of life pressing down on me. I remember days where I pushed my own stones, though mine were riddled with deadlines and expectations, relationships crumbling under pressure, and dreams slipping through my fingers like sand. Why does he keep going? Camilla whispered, as though afraid the question might shatter the fragile atmosphere. Her eyes were wet with unshed tears, reflecting the sun like shards of broken glass. I wanted to answer, but the truth was a bitter pill, one I'd swallowed too many times before. To embrace the struggle was to acknowledge the absurdity of it all. To fight against the tide, knowing it would only pull you back under, was both noble and maddening. Sisyphus, with his weathered face and steadfast resolve, seemed to embody that contradiction. I saw the flicker of hope in his eyes, the kind that rises against the odds, even when faced with the impending doom of another failure. I admired him for that, for finding something in the struggle itself, a stubborn defiance that echoed through time.
Was that what it meant to be human?
To persist even when the universe conspired against you? The sun dipped lower, casting long shadows that stretched like the fingers of lost souls reaching for salvation. I could almost hear the whispers of the past swirling around us, ancient voices lending weight to our thoughts. To suffer is to exist, they seemed to chant, a refrain that felt both ominous and comforting. And in that moment, I understood. I stepped closer to Sisyphus, drawn into the gravity of his endless task, and felt the pulse of eternity resonate within me. I looked at Camilla, who was transfixed by the scene before her, this eternal struggle, a tragic comedy unfolding on the stage of existence. Each time he fails, he learns, I said, the word spilling out like an incantation. He's not just rolling a boulder, he's redefining what it means to exist. It's not about the destination. It's about the persistence. But as I spoke, I couldn't shake the feeling of impending dread. The shadows were deepening, pulling my thoughts into the abyss. I remembered my own failures, the ghosts of lost dreams that clung to the edges of my consciousness. I saw my father, hunched over his own boulder, a man of dreams turned to dust, who fought the world only to find himself buried under its weight. I felt his spirit enter the space between us, a subtle reminder of my own inevitable decay. And then, in a heartbeat, the stone rolled back down the hill, crashing against the ground with a thunderous roar. A shudder ran through Sisyphus, and for a fleeting moment, I saw despair trace his features. The weight of eternity crashed down upon him, a reminder that no matter how hard he fought, the stone would always return to the bottom. I could feel my heart race, a visceral reaction to the injustice of it all.
Doesn't he ever want to give up?
I gasped, my voice barely breaking through the thickening air. Camilla shook her head, her eyes blazing with a fierce understanding. No, he can't. That's the beauty of it. In this endless cycle, he is alive. She turned to Sisyphus, her voice trembling with intensity. You may not see it, but every push is a testament to your spirit. You are more than your boulder, more than your punishment. You are defiance embodied. As the shadows deepened, I realized that this moment would never end. It would echo through time, a loop of emotion and struggle, binding us all in the same narrative thread. I felt the weight of the cosmos press against my skin, an unbearable reminder of our shared fate. I was Sisyphus. Camilla was Sisyphus. We all were. The sun dipped below the horizon, leaving us cloaked in darkness, and yet the struggle continued. The ghosts of our history stirred, the weight of our burdens mingling in the air like smoke. I couldn't help but think of the stories that would follow, the legends that would morph and evolve, but this moment, this crushing reality, would remain. The boulder was still there, waiting. And so were we. I remember the silence, that eerie stillness hanging over the city like a thick fog that refused to lift. It pressed against my chest, a weight that felt all too familiar, a reminder of the burdens we all carried. The shadows danced on the cracked pavement, whispering secrets of dreams deferred and hopes dashed, and if you listened closely, you could hear the echoes of laughter twisted into anguished cries. Here I was, standing at the foot of a mountain that loomed larger than life, its peak veiled in darkness, a giant stone waiting to roll down and crush me beneath its weight. Sisyphus was not just a figure of myth, he was alive in every heart that beat with desperation, every soul that trudged through the mundane, every person who pushed against the unyielding tide of existence. I could feel his presence in the empty eyes of the man sitting on the curb, cradling a bottle like a baby, his dreams long since drowned in the alcohol's embrace. Around him, life continued, indifferent and relentless, and I couldn't help but think of our own Sisyphean tasks, meetings that stretched endlessly, bills that piled higher than the sky, relationships that felt like pushing a boulder uphill only to watch it roll back down again. Hey, you! A voice sliced through the fog, sharp and jarring. It was Ava, my best friend since childhood, her expression a mixture of defiance and despair. She stood there, arms crossed, leaning against a graffiti-covered wall that seemed to breathe with the stories of countless others who had walked this road. You can't just stand there like a statue. We need to figure this out. I took a step forward, feeling the weight of her gaze. Ava was always the fire to my ice, her passion igniting a spark in this hellish landscape. Yet, even she felt the gravity of this moment, this crushing inevitability that hung over us. "What's the point?" I said, my voice barely above a whisper, as if saying it louder might summon the boulder back down to crush us both. "What's the point of trying when it all falls apart anyway?" Her eyes flashed, a storm brewing behind them. "You think Sisyphus gave up?" "No, he kept pushing that damn rock. We're not finished yet. Not now, not ever." Each word was a pulse, a heart's thrum, a reminder that we were alive even in the face of despair. And there it was again, that haunting image of Sisyphus, eternally bound to his punishment. But what if he found laughter in the absurdity? What if, just for a moment, he could glimpse something beyond the rock? The thought sent a shiver down my spine. Could laughter exist in struggle? Could joy be found in relentless effort? I looked up at the sky, a swirling canvas of grey and blue, as if the cosmos itself was engaged in an endless battle, a war that promised nothing but more war. "Do you remember," I started, feeling the words spill out like a long-lost melody, "that old story about the man who rolled a rock up a hill only to watch it roll back down, over and over again?" I laughed softly, the sound bitter in my throat. "What a way to live." "Exactly," Ava said, her voice shaking with intensity. "What a way to live. But maybe it's not just about the rock. Maybe it's about the climb, the fight, the small victories we gather like stones in our pockets." Her hands moved animatedly, gesturing like a conductor leading an orchestra of chaos. "We can't let this consume us. We can't let it break us. We have to redefine our own myths." The thought hung in the air, heavy and intoxicating. Just as she spoke, a siren wailed far off in the distance, an ominous reminder that time was not just a construct, it was a predator lurking in the shadows, ready to pounce. The clock in the nearby square ticked like a heartbeat, each second slicing through the silence, a reminder of mortality's grip. In that moment, I saw it, an image splintered with dreams and nightmares. Sisyphus, his face a mask of determination, lips curled in a half-smile, rolling that boulder up the hill, not because he had to, but because he chose to. There was a power in choice, an explosive freedom that resonated through the pit of my stomach. What if he was laughing? What if he found joy in his struggle? I said, breathless, the words breaking free from the confines of my doubt. "That's what I'm saying." Ava's joy was electric, a bolt of lightning striking through the fog that surrounded us. "Maybe we're all Sisyphus in our own way, but we can do it differently. What if we painted our boulders with colors and laughter? What if we made the climb a celebration?" I could almost hear the laughter reverberating off the walls of the city, a haunting harmony of joy and sorrow. Each laugh became a stone in that unyielding hill, a small rebellion against the absurdity of it all. We could redefine our struggles, twist them into something almost beautiful, as if the pain was a brushstroke on a canvas stretching to the horizon. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath us, a reminder of the weight of our reality. A shadow loomed, heavy and dark, a reminder that not all burdens can be lightened by laughter alone. The mountain was shifting, and I felt the boulder rolling back down, felt the despair creeping in, but amidst it all, Ava's voice rang clear like a bell. "We fight! We laugh! We refuse to be crushed!" And so, there we stood, two souls standing at the edge of everything, just like Sisyphus, caught in the tension between the struggle and the laughter. The city buzzed with life around us, unaware of the emotional tempest that raged within. The sirens wailed, the shadows whispered, and somewhere in that desperate cacophony, I realized that we were not alone. We were all pushing our boulders. The confrontation was coming, a reckoning drawn tight like a bowstring ready to snap. The air crackled with possibility, and I could feel every heartbeat echoing in anticipation. The mountain loomed before us, and in that moment, all I knew was this: we would push our stones, and we would laugh all the while. Darkness draped over the city like a shroud, and the streets echoed with the sounds of distant sirens, of people caught in their own tragedies. It was as if the very air conspired to remind me of my own suffering. I stood there on the precipice of the rooftop, the world below sprawling with flickering lights that danced like anxious ghosts. My heart raced, and the wind clawed at my skin, urging me to either leap into oblivion or to step back toward the chaos of humanity. I was terrified, and yet, there was something intoxicating about that fear. I remember the moment she called my name, her voice cutting through the night like glass shattering, sharp and urgent. Sarah was there, a silhouette against the swirling mist, eyes wide with a mix of desperation and determination. "Don't you dare! Don't you dare!" she screamed, her words cascading through the air, each one a plea, a tether, anchoring me to this life that felt so heavy, so unbearably futile. "Why?" I shouted back, my voice raw, tearing at the edges like frayed fabric. "Why not? You want me to suffer? Look at us, Sarah. What's the point of dragging our shadows through this endless night? What's the meaning in our suffering?" She moved closer, fear mingling with fury, her breath visible in the cold air. "You think suffering has no purpose? You think it's just a pit we fall into with no escape? That's a lie. It shapes us. It teaches us." Her words struck deep, each one a hammer on the anvil of my soul. But the truth felt like a weight upon my chest, a clock ticking ominously, each second a reminder of the pain we both carried. I had lost my brother to the very darkness threatening to swallow me whole, and in my grief, I had become a ghost myself. I remember the night I lost him, the sirens, the flashing lights, the hollow silence that followed. It was as if the universe had turned its back, leaving me alone in a void, grappling with a reality that felt impossibly cruel. "Teach us what?" I spat, anger bubbling like lava beneath the surface. "To endure? To accept that this is all we have? A life of aching loneliness." The wind howled in response, a mocking laughter, echoing my frustrations, amplifying the chaos within. "I remember," Sarah whispered, her voice trembling with memories. "I remember the laughter we shared, the dreams we painted in the stars. We had hope once. We can still find it, even amid the wreckage." She stepped closer, her eyes like lanterns in the night, guiding me back from the brink. But my heart felt like a stone, weighed down by the ghosts of the past, memories twisting and turning like smoke in the night air. The laughter we shared faded into echoes, replaced by the dissonance of loss. I wanted to scream, to tear apart the fabric of the universe that allowed such sorrow to exist. Hope? Hope is a mirage. It's the cruelest joke the cosmos has ever played on us, I shouted, each word punctuated by the thrum of anguish. Sarah's expression shifted, something deeper flickering behind her eyes. "But what if suffering is a bridge? A way to connect to those we've lost? To understand that life, as messy and painful as it is also beautifully intricate." The tension hummed between us, a taut string ready to snap. I could feel the heaviness of her words wrapping around me, but doubt clawed at my insides, relentless. "You believe that? You really think pain has meaning? That it's all part of some grand design?" "I do," she breathed, her voice a fragile melody in the chaos. "It's not just about surviving, it's about becoming. It's about carving out a space for joy, even when it feels like the world has turned its back." Her eyes glistened, fierce and unyielding, yet filled with the unmistakable weight of her own scars. And then, the night grew heavier, as if the universe itself paused, holding its breath, waiting for a decision that could shatter or salvage. I stood there, caught in a tempest of emotions, my mind swirling with memories, punctuated by the unbearable weight of my own despair. The clock's ticking had turned into a deafening drum, echoing the uncertainty of existence. I thought of my brother again, the laughter, the warmth of his presence, the way he had taught me to embrace life in all its chaotic, imperfect beauty. But would he want me to drown in sorrow, or to rise from the ashes of my grief? It felt like betrayal to even consider the latter, yet, within that thought flickered a haunting glimmer of possibility. "What if we're wrong?" I said, the words trembling on my lips. "What if there's nothing beyond this suffering? What if it's just darkness? Then we create meaning," she replied, her voice steady, a whisper of steel against the tempest. "In each other. In the connections we forge. In the moments that make us feel alive, even when they hurt." Tears blurred my vision, and I wanted to scream, to collapse under the weight of the world. There was a power in her words, seeping into the fissures of my heart like sunlight through cracks in a wall. "But how?" I asked, desperate for an answer that felt just out of reach. "Step back from that ledge, friend. Take my hand." Her outstretched palm trembled, and I could see the flickers of vulnerability behind her fierce determination. We must live for those who can't. We must find joy, even in sorrow. I felt the air crackle with energy, the pulse of life thrumming beneath my skin. I could almost hear the laughter of my brother echoing in the distance, a beckoning call, urging me to take that leap, not off the building, but into something greater. I took a breath, feeling the weight of my despair and the glimmer of hope intertwine like shadows in the night. With a shuddering heart, I stepped back from the ledge, the night air no longer suffocating but electric with possibility. "Together?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "Always," she said, and her smile was a fragile beacon, guiding me through the darkness toward the dawn. And in that moment, we stood on the edge of both suffering and transcendent hope, bound together by our shared scars, ready to face whatever came next, an unresolved tapestry of pain and meaning, forever interwoven. The sun hung low, a bruised orange in the smog-choked sky, casting eerie shadows over the cobbled streets. I stood there, heart racing, listening to the echoes of a city that had long forgotten laughter. The air tasted like iron and salt, whispers of 1,000 unspoken regrets swirling around me. A child's laughter broke through the tension, but it was quickly swallowed by the distant clamor of despair. I remember that moment vividly. I remember the shattering silence that followed, a moment that felt like a war cry against the futility of existence. Across the street, Clara leaned against a weathered stone wall, her eyes hollow, as if the weight of her dreams had crushed her spirit. She clutched a crumpled letter, her fingers trembling, the words etched into her mind like scars. "I won't let them take it from me," she muttered, but the fervor in her voice was drowned by the shadows that danced around her. Her struggle was palpable, a Sisyphean battle against the relentless tide of disappointment. I felt the suffocating grip of her despair wrap around my throat, a reminder of my own burdens. And then there was Marcus, a wanderer in his own mind, lost in the chaos of his thoughts, navigating a labyrinth of regrets and missed opportunities. I could see him from where I stood, pacing like a caged animal, his hands shoved deep into the pockets of his frayed coat. Every step he took echoed loudly, a metronome of his inner turmoil. "It's pointless," he cried out, the words piercing the silence like a dagger. "We're all just pushing boulders up a hill." I felt his anguish vibrate through the air, a chilling reminder of our shared plight. I remember the night when the cosmos felt heavy and unforgiving, and the clock struck midnight with a toll that echoed through the streets like a funeral dirge. Clara's voice trembled with a fragile hope as she clutched that letter tighter. "If I can just make them see." Her eyes glistened, reflecting the flickering street lamps, shadows playing tricks on her weary face. But I could see the truth lurking beneath her resolve. She was fighting against a tide that would always pull her under. The thought struck me like lightning. How many times can one person try and fail before they become a shadow of themselves? A few blocks away, Marcus's laughter bubbled up, a bitter sound that resonated with the remnants of joy. "What is life if not a series of absurdities?" he declared, spreading his arms wide as if to embrace the chaos. I watched him, a tragic joker in a world that had long forgotten how to laugh. He gestured toward the night sky. "Look at those stars. They're just as lost as we are." I wanted to scream, to shake him from his delusion, that he was chasing a mirage, as futile as Sisyphus rolling his stone. I remember the crescendo of that night, the clash of dreams and reality, of hope against despair. Clara's resolve crumbled like old parchment. What if I'm the one who never reaches the top? Her voice trembled, breaking like glass. The fear in her eye seeped into my veins, igniting a fire of empathy. I was on the precipice of an emotional explosion, a chaotic dance of hope and despair spiraling around us like wisps of smoke. Then it happened. The confrontation that had been brewing like a storm finally erupted. I stepped forward, heart pounding, my voice steady but raw. "But what if you do?" I whispered, desperate to pull her back from the brink. "What if you push that stone just one more time?" The air crackled with tension, and for a heartbeat, the world held its breath. Clara turned to me, her eyes searching mine for something, anything, to cling to. I felt the weight of her gaze, 1,000 unspoken words hanging in the air. Marcus erupted into a fit of laughter, raw and unrefined. You think it matters? The stone will always roll back. But even as he said it, I saw a flicker of doubt in his eyes, a crack in his facade. I felt the ground shift beneath us, a tremor of possibility. Life is absurd. Clara shot back, her voice rising with passion. But isn't that why we fight? Isn't that why we love? Because in the struggle, we find meaning. The moment hung heavy, and I watched as a storm of emotion swirled around us, a tempest of hope and despair battling for dominance. I remember the way the night closed around us, the weight of our suffering and our dreams pressing down like a lead blanket. We were all caught in this cycle, like Sisyphus, condemned to roll our stones forever. Yet in that moment, something shifted. The absurdity, the futility, it became our shared burden, a connection that transcended despair. I felt a flicker of something deep within me, an ember of hope ignited by Clara's fierce spirit. As the clock chimed again, I realized we were not alone in our struggle. The city pulsed around us, alive with echoes of past dreams and the ghosts of those who had come before. We were part of something greater, a tragic comedy unfolding in the theater of existence. I wanted to scream, to laugh, to cry all at once. The world spun on, indifferent to our pain, yet we stood together, boulders in hand, ready to push against the tide. And just as I thought we might break free, darkness crept in, swallowing our voices, replacing hope with a chilling silence. Clara's grip on the letter faltered, and for a brief instant, we all teetered on the edge of despair. But I held on to that flicker of hope, knowing that in this shared chaos, we could find meaning. I looked at Marcus, then back to Clara, and felt the weight of our shared struggle bind us together, a lifeline in the darkness. The struggle was real, the fight was far from over. And as we prepared to face the world once more, the question echoed in my mind, would we ever be free from the stones we carried? The shadows loomed large, but the flicker of hope held firm. As we turned back to face the city, the air charged with anticipation, I knew our battle was only just beginning. The clock ticks, echoing in the cavernous silence of the dimly lit room, drowning out the ragged breaths of a man crouched against the wall. Shadows cling to him like memories clinging to the past, sharp and painful. Each tick feels like a heartbeat, and with each beat, despair coils tighter around him. He feels it, a heavy weight pressing down on his chest, as if the universe itself were bearing down, laughing at the futility of his struggle. He lifts his gaze, the flickering candlelight dancing in his eyes, illuminating a reflection of hopelessness. Just one more day, he whispers, though the words taste bitter on his tongue. His name is Thomas, a broken soul caught in a cycle of endless toil. He remembers the dreams he once had, the flickers of hope that ignited his spirit. They've long since been extinguished, buried beneath the rubble of his routine. I remember the sky, he murmurs, the way it used to stretch endlessly above me. Now it's just a ceiling, the same chip paint peeling like my own resolve. Outside, the city breathes, a cacophony of life, laughter, and pain. The streets pulse with the heartbeat of humanity, but within these walls, he is isolated, a spectre haunting the remnants of his ambition. He thinks of Anne, the fire in her laugh, the way she could turn the ordinary into the extraordinary. She would have found a way to push through the shadows surrounding them, yet he sits, paralyzed, like Sisyphus with his stone. I remember her smile, he whispers to the darkness, like sunlight breaking through the clouds. I gave her nothing but ashes. He draws a shaky breath, the air thick with regret. Anne was the one who believed they could escape the relentless grind of their existence, but now she walks the streets alone, searching for hope in a world that feels insurmountable. Thomas closes his eyes, and the world fades. Memories flood in, fragments of laughter, long-forgotten embraces, the taste of sweet wine on a summer night. They all color his solitude, a palette of joy tainted by the hues of despair. Was it worth it? He asks the silence, and the silence screams back, no, there's a noise at the door, a jangle of keys, and his heart thunders, an unexpected surge of adrenaline coursing through him. It's Jacob, his brother, his only remaining tether to sanity. The door creaks open, and Jacob steps in, the weight of the world carved into his features. You're drowning, Thomas, he says, his voice low, gravelly, as if he'd been chewing on the despair that fills the room. You have to get out. But Thomas shakes his head, anger bubbling beneath his skin like acid. Get out?
Where?
The world is a cage, Jacob. A beautiful cage, but a cage nonetheless. Jacob's eyes flash, a storm brewing behind them. Then break out. You're not Sisyphus. You can choose to stop pushing the damned stone. Choose. Thomas's laughter bursts forth, sharp and broken. You think I can choose? I'm shackled to this existence, and you know it. We're all Sisyphus in the end. A silence settles, thick and suffocating, the shadows stretching toward them as if the darkness itself wants to engulf them. Jacob steps forward, his hands clenched into fists. This isn't just about you. It's about all of us.
You think I'm living for myself?
I'm fighting for you, for everything we've lost. The air crackles between them, an electric tension, thick with unspoken words. Thomas can see it in Jacob's eyes, the desperation, the hope, the flickering flame of defiance.
What if I can't?
Thomas whispers, feeling like a child lost in a vast, unforgiving world.
What if it's too late?
Then we burn together, Jacob replies, his voice a steady anchor in the storm. But for now, we fight. We claw our way out of this hell. A shiver races down Thomas's spine, igniting something deep within, a flickering ember buried beneath the ashes of his resolve. He wants to believe it, to believe that the stone can be rolled away, that the sky can be more than just a ceiling. I remember, he breathes, feeling the words pulsating in his chest. I remember the last time we laughed together. Then laugh again, Jacob urges, stepping closer, the shadows retreating as his brother stands strong against the darkness. Let's be ridiculous. Let's fight like we used to. In that moment, something shifts. The weight begins to lift, just a fraction. Thomas stands, trembling but resolute. If we're going to burn, let's burn bright. And they stand together, two souls against the tempest, breathing in the chaos of the city outside, each pulse of life a reminder that they are not alone in their struggles, that the fight is worth it. The ticking clock remains, a constant reminder of the passing moments, but now it feels like a heartbeat, a call to arms. With every tick, they find strength, a rhythm guiding them toward the unknown. Together, Jacob says, and the word reverberates, echoing through their shared despair, a promise wrapped in defiance. They step outside, into the storm of life, ready to confront their Sisyphean reality. The shadows linger, but they no longer fear them. As they venture forth, the night embraces them, the city alive with possibility, recalling the laughter and warmth of memories long lost, but now ignited once more. And perhaps, just perhaps, this time, they will push against the stone and change the story they're destined to live. The clock ticks incessantly, each second a hammer striking the anvil of despair. A woman stands on the edge of a crumbling cliff, her hair snapping wildly in the wind, eyes glazed yet fierce. She screams at the sky, a primal sound that pierces the air, a cry for something, anything, to change. I remember the day it began, she whispers into the void, a confession to the mountains, her voice swallowed by the abyss below. I remember how I felt invincible. But invincibility is a mirage, and she is a mere ghost chasing shadows, haunted by the weight of her life stone, a never-ending cycle of struggle and retreat. In her mind, Sisyphus rolls that boulder, again and again, and each time it falls, it brings with it the echoes of her own failures. She stares into the abyss, and it stares back, gnashing its teeth at her optimism, her naivete. Who is she in this grand, tragic play? Just another character lost in a timeless struggle. To her left, Jake stands, the weight of 1,000 choices pressing down on his shoulders. He grips the railing, knuckles white, a man caught between dreams and the cold hard ground of reality. What's the point, he mutters, more to himself than to her, the words dripping with a bitter aftertaste. It's a question that claws at his insides, a gnawing beast that will not rest. Every day is the same. I wake up, I work, I go to sleep. Where's the joy in that? His eyes dart toward her, and for a fleeting moment, their gazes intertwine, a spark of recognition, a shared burden. They are siblings in suffering, both wrestling with the Sisyphean nature of their existence. The city behind them hums like a restless beast, a cacophony of dreams and disappointments, but they are cocooned in silence, the world around them fading into a blur of noise. I remember, she breathes out, the time I thought I could change everything. The memory is sharp, like glass embedded in her skin. She recalls the neon lights of the city, the thrill of ambition, how she danced under the moonlight, her heart drumming with a wild, reckless beat, oblivious to the creeping shadows. Her laughter echoes in her mind, a haunting melody, as she recalls the night she promised herself she would never settle. But promises fade. The laughter turned to whispers, and the whispers to silence. The boulder rolls, grinding against her spirit, erasing her every step forward. She feels it now, that stone, heavy and relentless, pushing her down into the depths of despair. She is Sisyphus, pushing against the inevitable, but there's a flicker of defiance in her soul, a stubborn spark refusing to be extinguished. Jake turns, his face a mask of frustration. We're just like him. You know that, right? We keep pushing, but the damn rock always rolls back. His voice breaks, and for a moment, vulnerability cracks through the hardened facade. There's a chasm between them, a gulf filled with unsaid words and buried dreams. I refuse to believe it, she snaps, the fire in her voice igniting a flame in his eyes. We can break free from this cycle. We can choose to live differently. But her conviction feels like a fragile bubble in a storm, threatened by the harsh winds of reality. She remembers the last time she hoped for change, it slipped through her fingers like sand, leaving only a bitter aftertaste. But isn't that what makes the struggle beautiful? The rawness of the fight? She wants to scream it, to claw at the darkness until it bleeds light. Maybe we can't escape our fates, but we can choose how we fight. Her voice rises, an incantation to the forgotten gods of resilience. As the wind howls around them, Jake's eyes soften. And what if we fall? His question hangs in the air like a heavy fog, a specter of doubt. Then we rise again, she replies, her voice steady, fierce. We keep rising, even if it's just for a moment. Even if it's just for us. In that moment, the world narrows down to the two of them, standing on the brink of the abyss, hearts pounding in unison. The city sprawls behind them, a labyrinth of hopes and dreams, each street a path lined with rocks waiting to roll back. They are caught in a dance, a push and pull, the eternal struggle between despair and defiance. Suddenly, the ground beneath them trembles, a tremor of fate shaking the very foundations of their resolve. The boulder looms larger than life, a grotesque shadow stretching toward them, the whispers of the past echoing in their ears. You will never escape, it seems to taunt, a voice without a mouth, unyielding and cruel. But in that moment of suffocating dread, something stirs within her, a fierce determination ignited by fear. I won't let it win, she vows, stepping closer to the edge, the abyss a mirror reflecting her soul. We are the architects of our destiny. Jake looks at her, and she sees the flicker of hope ignite within him, a fragile flame fighting against the darkness. Together, he asks, his voice trembling as the weight of doubt battles against the spark of belief flickering inside him. Together, she affirms, a promise binding their hearts. They are two souls entwined in the struggle, Sisyphus and his stone, but this time, there is power in their defiance. As the boulder inches closer, the shadows swirl around them, the city pulsing with life, and the clock continues its relentless march. With every heartbeat, they feel the weight of their fears, the creeping dread threatening to pull them back into the void. But as they stand together, they know they have each other, two warriors in a battle against the inevitable. And maybe, just maybe, in this endless cycle of struggle, they can carve out a moment of joy, a shred of freedom from the chains that bind them. The clock ticks on, seconds morphing into minutes, and as they prepare for the next push, the shadows loom large, but so does their resolve. Let's go, she whispers, and they plunge into the storm, ready to face the boulder, ready to rewrite their story, knowing full well that the struggle is eternal, yet so is their spirit. The city awaits, wild and chaotic, but they embrace the chaos, hearts racing, breaths heavy with the promise of resilience. Together, they will rise, even if it means rolling that stone again and again. It's the fight that matters, the refusal to succumb to the shadows, the relentless pursuit of light. The stone rolls. Again. A crushing sound, a deafening silence. It echoes in the cavernous void of despair, stealing breath and hope with each descent. I stand there, heart racing, skin prickling, the air heavy with dread. A chill wraps around me like an unwelcome embrace, whispering age-old tales of futility and struggle, tales I know too well. I remember the first time I saw him, a silhouette against the sun-blasted rocks, muscles taut, veins bulging, Sisyphus, the eternal struggler. His eyes, fierce yet vacant, spoke of a torment that would crush even the bravest of hearts. It was as if I were staring into the abyss of his soul, the weight of his burden mirrored in the shadows around us. And yet, he smiled. A strange, crooked grin that sent shivers down my spine. "It's not the stone that defines me," he said, breathless, "it's the climb." Beside him, there was a woman named Callista, her spirit as unyielding as the mountains surrounding us. She had come to witness his endless battle, a fierce spark in her eyes. A survivor, forged from the ashes of her own broken dreams. I had seen her struggle against life's relentless storms, those moments of dark clarity when she felt the world closing in, the suffocating weight of expectations and grief. She wore her scars like armor, each one a testament to her defiance. "You can't just push a boulder up a hill and hope for the best," she had once warned me, her voice breaking with realization. "You have to learn to dance with it." I remember the feel of the cool stone beneath my palm, the promise of strength it held. But as I watched Sisyphus, I felt the call of madness creeping in. He stood before the precipice, poised for the next ascent. The ground trembled beneath him, the air thick with tension. Each time he pushed, the rock seemed to pulse with a life of its own, mocking his effort, reminding him of his destined failure. I watched, heart in my throat, as he gripped the boulder with all he had, sweat streaming down his face like rivers of anguish. Callista stepped closer, her heart pounding in rhythm with his struggle. "You're not alone, Sisyphus," she cried, desperation entwining her words. "You're never alone." But the stone rolled again, slipping from his grasp, thunderous in its descent, crashing into the chasm below. The sound was visceral, an explosion of dreams shattered. I felt it in my bones, the raw agony of defeat. "Why do you keep fighting?" I shouted, my voice a fragile echo against the unforgiving rocks. "It's in vain. You can't win." The question hung in the air, heavy and suffocating, a dark cloud of despair that threatened to swallow us whole. Sisyphus paused, that twisted smile flickering again across his face. "Vain? Perhaps. But who am I if not a man in pursuit? It's the act of struggle that matters, not the outcome." The shadows danced around us, whispers of forgotten hopes and dreams weaving through the air like ghosts. I looked at Callista, her eyes shone with unshed tears, the weight of her own battles pressing heavily on her shoulders. "We all have our stones," she murmured, the words a soft balm against the jagged edges of reality. "It's how we carry them that counts." And just like that, I felt the ground shift beneath me. This was not just Sisyphus's plight, it was ours. Each moment of despair, each breath that felt like a betrayal, it all echoed with a haunting familiarity, the weight of existence, the struggle to find purpose in an indifferent universe. I remembered my own battles, the nights spent wrestling with fears that gnawed at my heart, the days when hope felt like a cruel joke. The boulder rolled again, and my heart sank. Again. The earth trembled, and a cry of desperation rose in my throat. Time stretched like an elastic band, taut and ready to snap, each second an eternity filled with unrelenting tension. "We can't keep doing this," I shouted, my voice cracking. "What's the point?" Sisyphus turned, and in that moment, his eyes met mine, a collision of pain and understanding that shattered the silence. "The point," he whispered, as if revealing a sacred truth. "The point is not in the victory, but in the resilience to rise again after every fall. To keep pushing even when the world tells you to stop." Callista reached for Sisyphus, her hand trembling as she grasped his. "You're not alone in this fight," she repeated, her voice fierce, a warrior's promise. "Together, we can carry the weight. Together, we can redefine what it means to struggle." As the rocks crumbled beneath us and the shadows thickened, I felt something shift within me, a flicker of hope igniting against the darkness. The absurdity of our plight shimmered like starlight in a midnight sky. I clung to the realization that resilience was a choice, a shared burden we could bear as a collective. The stone rolled again, but this time, I felt a surge of courage, an electric pulse of determination. Callista and Sisyphus surged forward, hearts beating in unison as they approached the boulder, hands outstretched, ready to push together. The moment hung suspended, pregnant with possibility. We stood, the three of us, at the edge of the abyss, and the world around us faded into insignificance. In the echo of that moment, we became something more than our struggles. We became a testament to the strength of resilience, an unbreakable bond forged through suffering, laughter, and an unwavering belief in the beauty of the climb. As the stone began its descent once more, I felt alive, caught in a dance that was both tragic and triumphant. I didn't know what awaited us at the top, but for the first time, it didn't matter. The weight of the past was heavy, but our shared laughter, our defiant spirits, it lifted us higher than the boulder ever could. And so we began again, together, hearts entwined in the struggle, chasing the sun that flickered just beyond the horizon. The climb was ours. The lesson, ours to learn. The story, an endless loop of resilience, love, and an unyielding desire to rise again. The air crackled with tension, thick and electric, as I stood at the edge of the cliff, my heart drumming a frantic rhythm against my ribs. Below, the sea roared, an angry beast thrashing against the jagged rocks, foaming like the troubled thought swirling in my mind. I wasn't alone. Beside me, Antigone's face was a storm of fierce resolve and haunting fear, her dark eyes reflecting the waves of fate crashing around us. "I won't let him die," she whispered, the wind carrying her desperation away, leaving behind an echo of defiance. But the gods, those ancient, unseen puppeteers, had already spun our threads, weaving them into patterns we couldn't begin to comprehend. I remember the day we found the scroll, the brittle parchment whispering secrets of our destinies. The words danced before my eyes, fate is a tapestry, a design that cannot be unstitched. In that moment, I felt the weight of inevitability bearing down on me, a shroud of darkness wrapping around my heart. Every choice I had made, every love and loss, it all felt like a cruel joke played by the universe, teasing me with the illusion of control. "Do you hear the waves, Theon?" she asked, voice trembling as if the sea had 1,000 tongues. "They're calling for him. It's not just the ocean, it's our fate, crashing against the rocks." Her fingers curled into fists, nails biting into her palms, battling the very essence of what was to come. I wanted to scream, to rail against the heavens. But deep down, I felt it, the cold grip of fate tightening around my throat, squeezing the breath from my lungs. I was trapped, an unwilling participant in a tragic play, each line written long before I was born. Theon. The name clung to me, a bittersweet reminder of love and loss. I had seen his gaze, filled with the light of 1,000 stars, yet now it dimmed like a dying ember. I could feel the weight of his choices, heavy as stone, dragging him toward some unseen abyss. He had been a reckless flame, daring the gods to challenge him, but they were not so easily taunted. They loomed over us, omnipotent and indifferent, watching with glee as we wrestled with the ghosts of our past. With every crashing wave, I felt the pulse of our shared history, a dance of joy and despair that had led us to this precipice. I remembered our laughter, the way it echoed in the moonlight, dancing like shadows across the courtyard. I remembered the way his smile could melt the coldest night, yet now it felt like a distant memory, a ghost haunting the edges of my mind. "Do you believe in choice?" Antigone's voice broke through my reverie, raw and laced with anguish. "Or is it all just illusion?" I wanted to tell her that choices were everything, that they defined us more than predestined paths. But as I looked into her eyes, wild with determination yet trembling with doubt, I realized that the words were hollow. The gods had crafted our lives with cruel precision, and we were but marionettes, dancing on strings we couldn't see. A distant rumble echoed from the sky, dark clouds gathering like a storm ready to unleash its fury. It felt like a warning, a harbinger of our fates colliding. I could almost hear the gods laughing, their mirth echoing in the churning waves below. "What if he's meant to die?" I gasped, the thought twisting like a knife in my chest. "What if this is his fate?" Antigone's face twisted in pain, and I could see the internal battle raging within her. No. No, Theon is more than this. We can change it. We must. Her voice cracked, a fragile defiance against an unstoppable force. And in that moment, I saw the truth laid bare before me, fate and choice intertwined, a ceaseless dance, each step leading us closer to our ultimate doom or salvation. The weight of that realization pressed heavily upon my soul, suffocating it, electrifying. Would I stand by and let fate consume us? Or would I fight, even if it meant challenging the very gods themselves? The sea roared louder, the wind shrieking like a banshee, and I knew it was time to act. Theon's life hung in the balance, a delicate thread suspended over a chasm of despair. I would not let it sever so easily. Antigone, we have to make a choice. We can't let the gods decide our fate. My voice trembled, but determination surged within me, igniting a flicker of hope. We fight. Not just for him, but for us. For our freedom. Her eyes widened, the storm within them momentarily quelled by the fire I had ignited. Together. Together. The weight of our promises hung in the air, a pact forged in desperation. The gods may have woven our fates, but we would unravel their threads, stitch them anew with our own choices. As we turned from the edge, the storm began to howl, the waves crashing defiantly against the cliffs behind us, a cacophony of chaos and clarity. The path ahead was uncertain, a labyrinth of choices stretching into the unknown. Yet, for the first time, I felt the pulse of possibility surge within my veins. And as we raced toward the heart of the storm, I could hear the whispers of fate echoing in the distance, intertwining with the fierce resolve that now burned brightly in our hearts. Every step we took resonated with the belief that destiny was not a straight road carved in stone but a winding path of shadows and light, where choice danced hand in hand with fate, forever entwined in a beautiful, haunting chaos. The moment hung heavy, thick with anticipation, like the air before a summer storm. And just as the thunder cracked, we plunged into the unknown, hearts beating as one against the chaos swirling around us. The stone rolls again, and I hear it, an echoing growl of inevitability, a sound that vibrates in the marrow of my bones. The sun hangs low, a bloody eye bleeding light over the craggy hills, the shadows stretching like fingers clawing at the horizon. I stand at the base of the mountain, breathless, nails digging into the dirt. Every muscle in my body screams against the weight of the stone, and yet, here I am, like Sisyphus, condemned to this unending cycle. I remember when I first felt its weight, the cold, unyielding surface pressing against my palm. I remember how I laughed, naive, thinking I could somehow escape the curse. But laughter fades, and the stone rolls back down, the laughter swallowed by the earth like a whispered secret. Myra stands beside me, her eyes dark pools of despair, reflecting the unbearable truth. She clutches a frayed piece of cloth, a remnant of a life now lost. The wind bites at her cheeks, yet she stands defiant, fists clenched, trembling. They're gone, she says, a whisper that cuts through the silence like glass. And I can't bring them back. I want to tell her that we can't bring back the dead, that the universe is indifferent to our suffering. But the words stick in my throat, heavy as the stone. Instead, I watch as grief etches deeper lines into her face, pulling her down, like the stone, always rolling back to the beginning, never finding rest. Around us, the world spins in an unholy dance. A town sleeps in the distance, lanterns flickering like dying stars, their light a mockery of our despair. Life continues there, the laughter of children rings out, a cruel reminder of what we've lost. It's absurd, really, how life insists on going on, even when the soul shatters around us. Myra's fingers tangle in her hair, a wild mane of dark curls, and I see the ghost of our daughter there, running through fields, laughter spilling like sunlight. But the ghost is never enough. Every day, I wake up, and the stone is still there, she says, her voice trembling, raw. I push it, but it doesn't matter. What's the point? A wave of hopelessness crashes over me. It matters, I say, though doubt clings to the edges of my words. We have to keep pushing. It's all we have. But I feel the weight of my own inadequacies, the cracks in my resolve. I remember my father, the way he used to stand at the foot of his own mountain, his shoulders bowed under the burden of expectations, the world pressing down with relentless pressure. I remember how he never stopped pushing, even when the stone crushed his spirit. It's a curse, this cycle. A cruel joke played by a universe that loves to watch us squirm. I glance at the stone, its jagged surface glinting in the dying light. It seems to mock us, rolling back down the mountain as if to say, "You'll never escape." And maybe it's true. Maybe we're all just pushing stones, doomed to repeat our failures, our regrets, our sorrows. But then I see it, something shimmering in the shadows, a flicker of hope. It's my son's laughter, a sound echoing faintly in the distance, mixed with the whispers of the past. I remember, I murmur, clutching at the fleeting memory like a life raft in a storm. I remember when you were here. Myra's gaze sharpens, and her eyes spark with an intensity that cuts through the fog of despair. What if, she breathes the words, barely a whisper, what if we change the cycle? Her imagination, wild and reckless, sends tremors through me. Change it how? By facing it, she says, determination igniting her spirit. We can't be afraid of the stone anymore. We can't let it define us. But fear nips at my heels, a relentless beast. And if we fail? What if we push, and it still rolls back? Then we push again, her voice rises, fierce and unyielding. But we do it together. We don't let the darkness swallow us whole. And in that moment, I see something shimmering beneath the despair, a flicker of resilience. The stone may roll back, but perhaps it doesn't have to crush us. Perhaps there's still power in our struggle, the beauty in our scars. We move, side by side, toward the stone. Each step is a rebellion against fate, against the weight of our grief. I feel the tension coil inside me, a tight string pulled to the brink of breaking. The stone looms larger, but so does our determination, a fierce fire igniting in the depths of our souls. As we reach for it, I catch a glimpse of something beyond the stone, an endless vista, life and death entwined in a swirling dance. Ghosts of those we've lost linger at the edges, whispering truths we've forgotten. I remember time, relentless and unyielding, a clock ticking away our moments. I remember the cosmos, vast and indifferent, yet here we are, two flawed souls pushing against the weight of existence, daring to find meaning in the chaos. And as we begin to push, the stone shifts, just a little. It's the tiniest of victories, but it sends a thrill through me, a pulse of defiance against the universe. I hear Myra's breath beside me, a rhythm of hope, a heartbeat that syncs with my own, a promise that we are not alone. The shadows lengthen, the sun bleeding its last rays, and I know we are at the edge of something grand and terrifying. The confrontation with our past, the understanding of our cyclical existence waits. Each moment stretches, thick with emotion, a taut string ready to snap. In this dance of life and death, we are but players, and the stage is set. The cycle will continue, the stone will roll again, but together, we stand against the tide. Together, we will carve our path through the darkness, pushing against the weight, reaching toward the light. And as we heave, the echoes of our laughter rise, a defiant anthem against the shadows, reverberating through the mountain and into eternity. The cycle of birth, death, and rebirth is ours to inhabit, forever intertwined in a dance as old as time. The stone may roll, but we will rise again, and again. The boulder loomed, a gnarled mass of ancient stone, its surface rough and unyielding beneath Sisyphus's trembling hands. He could feel the sweat pooling at the base of his spine, a damp weight of despair cascading down his body, each droplet a reminder of his eternal struggle. The sun blazed overhead, a cruel and relentless overseer, its rays slicing through the thick, heavy air like daggers. Every push against the stone was a scream swallowed whole, a silent plea for mercy into the void, where echoes twisted into mockery. I remember the first time I saw him. I was drawn into that barren landscape, a frozen tableau of suffering. There stood Sisyphus, a solitary figure against the backdrop of a darkening sky, veins popping along his forearms, teeth clenched in a rictus of defiance. I could feel the oppressive weight of his punishment pressing in on me, an invisible shackle tightening around my chest, a visceral reminder of my own unrelenting cycles. I was there, yet I was not, a ghost wandering in and out of his reality. The boulder slipped from his grip, and a guttural sound escaped his throat, a raw, animalistic growl that shattered the stillness of the moment. I flinched, the sound scraping against my very bones. It rolled back down, a thunderous crash that echoed through the valleys of despair and faded into a haunting silence, leaving behind only the echo of hopelessness. In the shadow of his torment, I saw her. His wife, or perhaps a spectre of love twisted by time and grief, stood watching from afar. Her eyes, two dark pools of longing, pierced through the thick veil of anguish, yet they were marred by a flicker of rage that threatened to consume her. "Why do you fight?" she whispered, a fragile sound that barely bridged the chasm between them. "Why do you persist?" Her voice carried the weight of 1,000 shattered dreams. I watched as her hands clenched into trembling fists, nails digging into the flesh of her palms, drawing blood. A cruel irony danced between them, a tether that bound them through shared suffering yet pulled taut with bitterness. She wanted to save him, but salvation seemed like a cruel jest played by fate, a haunting reminder of their fractured past. He turned to her, eyes fierce, a storm brewing within. "I remember the smell of your hair," he spoke through gritted teeth. "The way the moonlight caressed your face. I remember the laughter, the warmth of your embrace. I refuse to forget." His voice trembled, a mixture of strength and vulnerability, echoing in the hollow chambers of his heart. But with every breath, the weight of his reality settled heavier upon him. The stone felt like an extension of his very soul, an impossible burden forged from his failures. I could sense the tension, thick and suffocating as Sisyphus squared his shoulders, the muscles twitching under the strain of his futile labor. The lifeless horizon stretched out before him, a barren expanse that promised nothing but eternal repetition. Each day became a mirror, reflecting back the agony of his existence, the joy of a fleeting memory eclipsed by the dread of inevitable despair. And still he pushed, a Sisyphean hero wrapped in tragedy, a man caught in the web of his own making. But what of her? I watched as shadows danced across her face, the flickering candle of hope dimming with every revolution of the stone. "You can't keep doing this," she cried out, voice thickening with emotion, desperation bleeding into her tone. "What has it brought you? A life of torment. You push and you push, only to watch it crumble again." And there it was, the heart of the matter, a question that cut through the haze of suffering. It resonated within me, a chilling truth I couldn't escape. What was the point of it all? What was the point of life when it felt like a relentless boulder, forever rolling down into the abyss? I felt the pulse of her pain as she reached out, hands trembling like autumn leaves caught in a gust. In those moments, I understood the weight of their existence, the intricate tapestry of love and loss woven into the very fabric of their struggle. Sisyphus hesitated, a moment of stillness amid chaos, the world around him crackling with raw energy. He stared into her eyes, searching for a flicker of understanding, the glimmer of a shared past that had once been bright and vibrant. I remember the way you danced beneath the stars." His voice cracked, the memory spilling forth like a fragile glass shattering upon the stone. A tear escaped her eye, tracing a path down her cheek, glimmering in the harsh light like a shard of glass. In that instant, everything hung suspended between them, the weight of love colliding with the reality of despair. Could they find each other again? Could they bridge the chasm of suffering that divided them? But the boulder rolled once more, its relentless descent a cruel reminder of the futility of hope. Every push, every desperate cry reverberated in the hollow chambers of their hearts, a reminder of the ghosts that haunted their every step. Time ticked on, its relentless grip tightening, and I felt it, the crushing inevitability of existence, the sheer absurdity of it all, as if the universe itself conspired against them. And so, the cycle continued, boulder after boulder, a dance of agony and love played out against the backdrop of eternity. Each moment felt like an echo, reverberating through the corridors of time, as Sisyphus pushed on, a fragile reminder of the human spirit's tenacity, even in the face of insurmountable odds. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the barren landscape, I realized I, too, was caught in this infinite loop, a witness, an unwilling participant in their tragedy. I felt the pulse of their emotions entwined with my own, a haunting reminder that the heart can endure even the darkest of punishments, yet still yearn for the light. The horizon blurred before me, a void stretching on forever, the question lingering, echoing endlessly, could love withstand the weight of eternal despair? And so, the boulder rolled, their lives spiraling into the abyss, an unbroken cycle of suffering, hope, and the relentless pursuit of meaning. The stone rolls, the sound of grinding rock against the earth like the gnashing of teeth, and I can taste the dust in my mouth. I stand there, breathless, a spectator to this absurd dance of futility, the absurdity of it all hitting me like a slap across the face. Sisyphus, that ancient fool, drags his burden up the sloping hill, his body drenched in sweat, muscles taut and trembling, each step a testament to his defiance against the gods. I can almost feel his pulse through the ground beneath me, echoing with every agonizing push of the stone. It's a heavy weight, not just of stone but of laughter that feels like a knife in the gut. I remember the night the moon hung low, a ghostly face staring down, judging. I remember how I tried to convince myself that this wasn't my fate, that I was more than a tragic fool, more than a jester in a king's court. The shadows whispered, and I thought, how could I be a fool when I hold the world in my hands? I look at Sisyphus, and I see myself reflected in his sweat and grime. A silent scream claws at my throat, it's me who is condemned, toiling endlessly without meaning. And there's Claire, my sister, her laughter a distant echo in this cavern of despair. She's in the shadows, too, watching, her eyes wide with fear and something else, resignation. She once believed in the beauty of dreams, the promise of tomorrow, but now she's shackled to this bleak existence, her spirit caged by the weight of expectation. I see her clutching onto hope like it's the last thread of a fraying tapestry, and I want to scream, run! Run while you still can. But the words choke in my throat, heavy like the stone. Sisyphus pauses, glancing back at the summit, a fleeting flicker of hope in his eyes. The moment stretches, stretched taut like a bowstring, then snaps as the stone tumbles backward. I can hear the sickening crunch, the sound of dreams shattered, rolling down the hill like forgotten memories. It crashes into the earth, and I feel the impact reverberate in my bones. That laughter again, how cruel, how darkly delightful. I remember, I whisper as if invoking a spell. I remember the weight of expectation, the laughter that turns bitter when you realize the punchline is your own reflection. I look at Claire, and she flinches, the warmth of her presence like a candle flickering in a storm. I remember the whispers of dreams that were never meant to be ours, those ghosts of what could have been. Sisyphus begins again, relentless, and I feel the urgency clawing at my insides. There's magic in this madness, I think. Sisyphus is a tragic fool, yes, but he dances in defiance of the cosmos, a puppet stringed by fate yet daring to tug back. He pushes with a fervor, dragging that stone, and I feel the heat of his struggle, the pulse of the world emanating from him. With every push, he screams, I exist. I am. I will. And the cosmos trembles in response. Claire's tears glisten in the half-light, and I want to wipe them away, but the gravity of the moment keeps me rooted. We are both fools, chained to a narrative we never authored, and it's suffocating. I can see the flickers of her dreams, once vibrant, now dulled like autumn leaves, crumbled beneath the weight of our reality. Why, she whispers, her voice cracking like an old record, why must we suffer? Sisyphus pauses again, the stone poised at the brink. It's in this breathless moment that I know something has shifted, a revelation, perhaps. With a sudden surge of clarity, I see that suffering is the price for understanding, the price for being alive. And so, we laugh, the three of us, Sisyphus, Claire, and I, our laughter intertwining like smoke in the air, rising to the heavens, taunting the gods who condemn us. But the stone slips once more, and I watch as Sisyphus falls to his knees, the dust and despair swirling around him. Do you hear that? He gasps. The sound of my laughter? It's my rebellion, my refusal to yield. He lifts his head, eyes blazing with a fire that defies the very fabric of fate. His strength is intoxicating, a raw, primal force that grips my soul. I want to shout, to join him in defiance, to embrace the chaos that surrounds us. And Claire, she shifts, the flicker of hope igniting in her eyes once more. I remember, she whispers, a smile breaking through the shadows. I remember the joy of fleeting moments, the taste of freedom before the fall. Her words are like sunlight breaking through the storm clouds, and in that moment, we are not just spectators, we are participants in our own destiny. The stone rolls again, but this time, it's not just Sisyphus who pushes. It's all of us, together, an unholy trinity of despair and defiance, laughter spilling from our lips like a spell against the void. We are the tragic fools, yes, but in this moment of crushing weight and absurdity, we are also the architects of our fate. The tension thickens, wrapping around us like tendrils of smoke, and I feel my heart race, every beat echoing the pulse of our shared existence. We push against the darkness, and the night stretches on, filled with the sounds of our laughter, a cacophony against the silence of the cosmos. Time slips, a slippery ghost beneath our feet, and I know that the confrontation awaits. The moment hangs, suspended in the air like a promise, and I can't help but feel that it's only the beginning of a cycle, an endless loop of struggle and awakening. I remember. We are all tragic fools, but in our folly, perhaps there lies a flicker of truth, an unquenchable light against the encroaching dark. And as Sisyphus prepares for the next ascent, I can't help but stand with him, the weight of the world on our shoulders, ready to face the absurd beauty of it all once more. The air was thick with an electric silence, the kind that teeters on the edge of something unspoken, something terrifying. I stood on the precipice of a crumbling rooftop, the city sprawled beneath me like a labyrinth of forgotten dreams. Shadows danced in the flickering streetlights, and I could feel the pulse of the night seeping into my veins, thrumming with a rhythm that felt both ancient and fresh, as if the very essence of existence was whispering secrets just out of reach. Across the chasm of rooftops, I saw him, Liam, his silhouette stark against the neon glow, perched precariously on the edge of despair. His face, a mask of torment, twisted in a silent scream. I remember the nights we spent debating the meaning of it all, our laughter mingling with the weight of our shared existential dread. He had a smile that could light up the darkest corners of one soul, yet here he was, teetering on the brink, the very embodiment of Sisyphus, burdened by his own stone, each breath a battle against the futility of it all. "Liam!" I called out, my voice cracking like fragile glass. The word hung in the air, heavy with unspoken fears and regrets. He turned, his eyes reflecting the storm swirling within him, a tempest of confusion and anger. In that moment, we were not just friends. We were two souls tethered by the unrelenting weight of existence, facing the void together, yet feeling more alone than ever. "Do you ever think," he shouted, the wind whipping away his words, "that we're just pushing a boulder up a hill for nothing? That all of this," he gestured wildly, "means nothing." The rawness of his anguish cut through me like a knife, and I felt my heart race in rhythm with the relentless ticking of the clock somewhere in the shadows. Time. The ultimate cruel trickster. I remembered nights spent wrapped in philosophy, drowning in Camus and Nietzsche, the intoxicating embrace of the absurd. But standing there, with the chaos of the world swirling around us, the theories felt hollow, like echoes of voices long silenced. My own thoughts spun into a frenzy as I turned them over in my mind. What if I'm just a ghost haunting my own life? I whispered, half to myself, half to him. He laughed, a bitter sound that seemed to echo against the brick walls surrounding us. A ghost? I'm the one living out this macabre joke, rolling my stone uphill only to watch it crash back down, over and over. Do you remember when we thought we could change the world? I did remember. I remember the fiery passion that once ignited our souls, the belief that we could break free from the chains of an indifferent universe. But the weight of reality had suffocated that flame, leaving behind only ashes and shadows. I remember, I said softly, almost as if voicing it aloud could bring back that flicker of hope. But the truth was, the world had turned its back, and now we were left grappling with the void. From the depths of the city, a siren wailed, its haunting cry weaving through the night, a reminder of the chaos that lurked just outside our fragile sanctuary. I could feel my heart thrumming in my chest, a relentless reminder of my own existence, of the fight against the absurdity of life itself. It felt like a cruel cosmic joke, the universe laughing as we stumbled through the dark. And as I searched Liam's eyes, I saw the reflection of my own fears, of our shared struggle against the insurmountable. It was terrifying, this visceral connection that bound us in a world that offered no answers. Our friendship, once a bastion of laughter and light, now felt like a lifeline fraying at the edges, each moment hanging by a thread. "Will we always be trapped in this cycle?" he asked, his voice breaking, unraveling like the threads of a worn tapestry. Endlessly pushing our stones, only to have them roll back down. The question lingered, thick and heavy, suffocating the space between us. The darkness around us felt alive, pulsing with the echoes of our fears. Memories flooded in, of laughter shared, of dreams exchanged, of the innocence of youth slowly tarnished by the weight of reality. Maybe, I murmured. Maybe it's not about the stone or the hill. Maybe it's about how we find meaning in the struggle. But even as I said it, doubt gnawed at me. What did I know about meaning? I was just as lost, just as haunted by the specters of my own making. In that moment, I reached out, grasping for connection, for something tangible in the swirling chaos. We'll face it together, I insisted, my voice steady despite the tremor in my heart. Even if it feels pointless, we'll push our stones together. We'll find our own path through this madness. But even as the words slipped from my lips, a creeping uncertainty crawled up my spine. Could we really redefine our existence amidst the chaos? Could friendship be the anchor in a storm? Liam's eyes flickered with a hint of hope, but the shadows remained, lurking just beyond the light. The clock chimed somewhere in the distance, each toll resonating within me, a metronome marking the passage of time, the relentless march towards oblivion. I could feel the world spinning faster, the weight of our struggles pulling us deeper into the abyss. Nothing lasts, do you realize that? Liam said, a bitter smile breaking through the turmoil. Not our laughter, not our pain. I wanted to argue, to cling to the threads of hope we had spun together, but all I could offer was my silence. My heart raced as I grasped the edge of the rooftop, the city below swirling in a kaleidoscope of memories and moments, each one a fleeting brush with existence. And then Liam stepped back, the weight of his despair palpable, echoing in the silence of the night. I can't keep doing this, he whispered, the words hanging heavy in the air, a ghost of a promise that might never be fulfilled. I felt the ground shift beneath me, the world tilting, teetering on the edge of despair. But we're not alone, I cried out, desperation threading through my voice. We have each other. But as he turned away, I knew that the void was always waiting, always watching, and that the stones we carried were heavier than we could ever comprehend. The confrontation loomed, a collision of souls caught in a dance of despair and hope, spiraling toward an uncertain future. The clock continued its relentless ticking, each chime a reminder that we were running out of time, out of moments to grasp onto. As the shadows closed in, I could feel the weight of the universe pressing down, an insurmountable force that threatened to crush us both. And in that frozen moment, I understood the essence of Sisyphus, the futility and the struggle, and the raw, haunting beauty of a life lived in the face of despair. There was no conclusion, no neat wrapping of our shared agony. Only the raw pulse of existence, the heartbeats echoing in the silence, drawing us ever closer to the edge. The clock struck 7, the sharp chime slicing through the stillness like a knife through flesh. Emma stood there, breath caught in her throat, her hands trembling as they clutched a fragile mug, steam curling upwards like whispered secrets. This was the hour of routine, of tasks repeated so often they felt like a second skin, yet tonight was different. Tonight, the air crackled with an unseen tension, the kind that hangs heavy before a storm, and she could feel it pressing against her chest, squeezing, suffocating. Across the dim kitchen, shadows flickered. The light from the single bulb overhead oscillated, creating grotesque shapes that danced on the walls, mocking her. She glanced at the sink piled high with dishes, each plate a ghost of meals past, memories she'd rather forget. Why do I keep doing this? She whispered to herself, voice barely escaping her lips, a prayer to no one, a challenge to the universe. Her brother, Daniel, stood at the threshold, a spectre wrapped in uncertainty. He was a man who wore his flaws like battle scars, and tonight, his eyes were clouded with a storm. You're not going to wash them again, are you? His voice trembled, fear lacing the words. The sickening repetition of tasks, the unending cycle of mundane actions, it gnawed at him, clawed at his sanity. I have to. It's what I do. The word slipped out, automatic, a ritualistic mantra. She hated how they tasted, how they felt almost like surrender. Daniel stepped closer, the shadows creeping around him, entwining like the tendrils of their past. But it never ends, Emma. You wash, you clean, you put it all back together, just for it to fall apart again. Doesn't it scare you? Scare her? The thought pierced her heart, opening a wound she thought she'd stitched shut. Scare me? The laughter that bubbled up felt wrong, misplaced, but it escaped anyway, jagged and raw. This is life, Daniel. It's just tasks. Tasks. He spat the word like it was venom, frustration coiling around his words. Tasks are what keep us from feeling, from facing the ghosts lurking in the corners. He gestured wildly, and Emma felt her pulse quicken, each beat a reminder of the reality they both lived, a house filled with echoes, shadows of laughter long gone, warmth extinguished by time's relentless march. She took a step back, the mug slipping slightly in her grip, a warning of the fragility of everything they held dear. You think I don't know that? The words sliced through the tension, the air now heavy with unspoken truths. Every day blends into the next. Every moment is just another task. Then why? He pressed, frustration turning to desperation. Why do you keep doing it? Each question hung in the air, a taut line of unyielding truth. She felt the weight of his gaze, the intensity of 1,000 unshed tears pooling in her chest, and with it came the revelation of their shared existence. The pain of their parents' absence, the dull ache of dreams deferred, the hollow echo of laughter replaced by silence. Because if I stop, she breathed, if I let it all go, there's nothing left. Just emptiness. Daniel's look softened, cracks appearing in his armor of anger. But do you ever stop to feel? To remember? I remember, the words tumbled out, a deluge of memories flooding her mind, all the moments they'd shared, the joy and the heartbreak. I remember, the laughter that once filled these walls. I remember, the shadow of their childhood, where tasks were just games, where they'd play until dusk, where their mother would call them inside, and everything felt safe. But safety was a distant illusion, a mirage that faded with each passing year, and with it, their childhood innocence. I remember the last time I heard her voice, Emma continued, her voice trembling, the way she smiled, the way she taught me to cook. I remember the rhythm of her hands as she kneaded dough, a dance in the kitchen that no one else could see. Daniel's eyes glistened, and for a moment, they were suspended in time, two souls bound by a shared history, their pain a thread connecting them through the void of loss. And yet, here we are, he whispered, choking on his own memories, trapped in this endless cycle. A clock ticked in the background, each second a reminder of the relentless march of time. Emma felt it crawling under her skin, an insistent ache that begged for release. What do we do? She asked, the weight of fatigue heavy in her chest, arms laden with the burden of living. Maybe we stop, he breathed, the words tentative, fragile as glass. Maybe we let go of the tasks just for tonight. Just for a moment. A flash of fear flickered in Emma's eyes, the thought of surrendering the familiar, of stepping into the unknown. What if we forget? Forget? Or remember, deeply? Feel the memories, let them drown us if they must. His voice was firm, a lighthouse in the storm, urging her to step into the vastness of emotion. There was a deafening silence, punctuated only by the ticking of the clock, the relentless heartbeat of time. And in that moment, Emma felt the walls close in, the weight of their existence pressing down on her. I can't, she murmured, fear entwined with longing, the desire to be free battling against the chains of routine that bound her. But Daniel's gaze bore into her, unyielding, pleading. You're not alone. You never were. Suddenly, the tears spilled over, hot and raw, streaming down her cheeks like rivers of sorrow. She dropped the mug, the sound of shattering porcelain echoed through the kitchen, reverberating through the darkness, a sharp reminder of how fragile they all were. As they stood there in the ruins of shattered expectations, the chaos of their lives swirling around them, Emma felt a flicker of hope, a spark igniting in the depths of her soul. Perhaps the repetition of tasks was not just a cycle of despair, but a chance to reclaim what was lost, to find meaning in the chaos. And the night stretched on, shadows morphing and shifting, breathing with them, as the clock continued its relentless ticking, an ever-watchful guardian of time. In that moment, they were suspended, caught between the echo of their past and the whisper of their future, united in their imperfections, bound by the repetition of life. Yet, outside, the world continued its dance, the moon casting ghostly shadows across the streets, a reminder that beyond their fragile sanctuary lay the vast expanse of existence, raw, chaotic, and beautiful. And as the night deepened, Emma and Daniel stood hand in hand, poised on the edge of a precipice, ready to leap into the unknown, the shadows of their past trailing behind them like specters, echoing the tasks that had defined them. Just as the clock struck 8, a haunting reminder of time's relentless grip, they took a step forward, hearts racing, breaths mingling in the darkness, ready to confront what lay ahead, knowing that in the repetition of tasks, they would carve out their own meaning, their own moment in this vast human experience. The stone slips, and I hear the sickening thud as it meets the ground, a sound of despair, a hollow echo in the vast emptiness. I stand there, breath caught in my throat, heart pounding like a war drum. There he is, Sisyphus, head bowed, drenched in sweat, staring into the abyss of his failure. The weight of his endless toil wraps around him like a shroud. How could anyone bear such a fate? A chill dances along my spine, an icy finger tracing the contours of my own fears. The same stone binds us all, doesn't it? I remember the first time I heard the tale, the words spilling from my grandfather's lips, thick with smoke and sorrow, a heavy fog of history swirling around us like ghosts. He was punished for his hubris, my grandfather had said, voice gravelly, eyes glinting with something like admiration. Punished. I remember thinking, what is punishment but the price of existence? Then there's Clara, with her porcelain skin and haunted eyes, always searching for meaning in the chaos. She stands at the edge of the world, the city stretching into the night like a dark ocean. The neon lights flicker like fleeting dreams. I watch her, heart aching, knowing she feels the pull of Sisyphus too. Do you ever feel like you're pushing a stone? She asks, laughter laced with sadness. I want to reach out, to tell her she's not alone in this relentless cycle, but the words stick in my throat like thorns. Clara's hands tremble as she drinks her coffee, steam curling into the cool air. It's as if she's trying to grasp something, the fleeting moments, the whispers of sanity that slip through her fingers like sand. I think of the artists, the tortured souls who have danced with death, who have splattered their pain on canvases, in symphonies, in verses. They embodied Sisyphus, didn't they? Each brushstroke, each note a push against that unforgiving stone. Yet, in their desperation, they created beauty, a twisted kind of magic born from despair. Then there's Paul, a poet with a penchant for dark humor. He writes lines that slice through the night, words dripping with irony. Why write? He muses, raking fingers through his hair, chaos evident in the strands. It's like carving a statue from fog. It's absurd. His laugh echoes, a hollow sound that fills the space between us. I see the truth in his eyes, an overwhelming weight of expectation, the fear of inadequacy. Sisyphus lives in him too, the relentless cycle of creation and destruction, of hope and devastation. I remember the nights we spent together, a trio entwined in a dance of dreams and nightmares, the city a backdrop to our madness. We filled dimly lit rooms with laughter, yet each chuckle hung heavy in the air, laden with sorrow. We were artists, yes, but also prisoners of our own making. In our laughter, I could hear the echo of Sisyphus, the rolling stone, the push, the pull, the futility of it all. Why do we create? Clara asks one night, her voice trembling. What's the point if it all leads to nothing? I want to tell her that creation is a rebellion against the void, a defiance against the inevitable. But the words evade me. Instead, I watch her, lost in the depths of her own thoughts, and I wonder if she sees the shadows lurking behind her, whispering doubts, taunting her dreams. Paul lights a cigarette, the ember glowing like a dying star. You know what? He says through a haze of smoke. Maybe it's not about the end result. Maybe it's about the madness of the journey. Our laughter shifts, morphing into something darker, a shared understanding that binds us tighter. The chaos of our lives feels like a canvas, a chaotic splash of color against the gray drudgery. The city outside pulses with life, yet we remain entangled in our own thoughts, in our own webs of despair and hope. I remember standing on the rooftop, the wind biting at my skin, looking out at the vast expanse below. We're all just Sisyphus, I whisper, the words barely escaping my lips. What if we're meant to push that stone forever? And in that moment, the weight of existence presses down on us, heavy and unforgiving. Clara's eyes shine with unshed tears, and Paul's laughter fades into a whisper. We are caught in the web of our own making, grappling with the absurdity of life. Yet, isn't there a strange beauty in that struggle? The way we claw at our dreams, the way we bleed onto the pages, onto the canvases, into the world. The art that spills from our souls, raw and unfiltered, carries the weight of our despair but also the flicker of hope. We are the modern Sisyphus, endlessly creating, endlessly fighting against the tide. I remember the nights we spent together in the cramped cafe, pouring our hearts into the worn tables. The barista, with her weary eyes, often joined our conversations, feeding us crumbs of wisdom and laughter. "You're all insane," she would chuckle, pouring another cup of coffee. But isn't that the point? The sun dips below the horizon, darkness enveloping us, shadows creeping in. I feel a familiar ache in my chest, a longing for something I can't quite grasp. In the silence, I can almost hear the whispers of history, of the countless souls who came before us, each one pushing their own stones. As I look at Clara and Paul, I realize we are not alone. We are connected by the threads of our struggles, by the weight of our burdens. And in that connection, I see the flicker of resilience, the spirit of creation that defies the void. Sisyphus taught us that life is not about the destination, it is the act of pushing, the struggle against the stone that defines us. And so, we gather our fragments, our broken pieces, and we create, together, apart, lost and found. The stone is heavy, but in our shared laughter, in the chaos of our art, we forge meaning, however fleeting. The city hums beneath us, a living organism, and as we descend into the night, I can feel the weight of the world pressing against my chest. Yet, in the darkness, I also feel the warmth of companionship, the unyielding spirit of Sisyphus woven into our souls. And so we walk on, hand in hand, pushing our stones, forever bound in this beautiful, tragic dance. The rock is cold against my hands, an unforgiving weight, familiar yet foreign, like a lover who stabs you with their kisses. I remember moments, flashes of laughter echoing in the darkness, only to end in the hollow silence of despair. Each push sends tremors through my body, muscles screaming, a raw protest against the relentless force above, the gods, those celestial puppeteers who dangle fate with cruel, careless grace. Their laughter booms like thunder, shaking the very foundations of my existence, and I can almost feel their eyes, unblinking and disdainful, watching my every struggle. I remember the day they decided to strip me of my throne, the cold steel of betrayal cutting deeper than any blade. I was a king once, a clever one, always 2 steps ahead in a world where the gods played their games like children, tossing mortals into chaos for their amusement. It was the hubris that got me, a spark of defiance that ignited the wrath of Olympus. They tied my fate to a stone and cursed me to an eternity of toil, a reminder that hubris is a double-edged sword. And now, I am nothing but a whisper, a memory to my people, a shadow of the man I used to be. I see them, the gods, cloaked in their dazzling robes of power, their eyes shimmering with the light of 1,000 stars, yet devoid of warmth. Each one holds a piece of my suffering in their hands, fingers entwined like a web spun of malice and whimsy. They watch, ever watchful, but I am no longer the subject of their games. I am the prisoner they built, the irony of fate they crafted with their own hands. And in this moment, as I heave the rock upward, I feel the weight of their disdain, the burden of their amusement crashing down on my back like 1,000 boulders. Why do you fight? I whisper to myself, breath ragged with effort. The question echoes back, a dark spectre taunting me. Why do you do this? But deep down, beneath the muscle and bone, beneath the endless fatigue, lies a glimmer of defiance. I remember my wife, the way her laughter filled the halls, the way her eyes sparkled like the night sky. I pushed for her, for the life we had, for a future stolen from us by the capricious whims of the gods. Each rise of the stone is a prayer, a plea for mercy, a defiance against the unrelenting curse that binds me. Then there's the gallant figure of my brother, a glimmer of light in this abyss, strong, noble, cursed in his own way. He was always the favorite of the gods, the golden child, the one who could do no wrong. But I know the truth behind his smile, the dark secrets he hides in the corners of his heart. I see the weariness in his posture, the way he carries the weight of our lineage like a shackle. He watches me from the shadows, a silent observer of my suffering, and I know he feels it, a fraternal guilt that gnaws at his soul. "What can I do?" he whispers in the stillness, but his voice is lost to the wind, swallowed by the vastness of the cosmos above us. The gods, they smile, their laughter like a cruel lullaby, a haunting melody that echoes through the void. They throw their thunderbolts, not of anger, but of amusement, watching as I rise and fall, a pendulum of despair. They think they've won, that I am broken, but each time I slip, I grasp at that thin thread of hope. Hope is a treacherous friend, yet the only one I have left beneath this unforgiving sky. But it isn't just the gods I contend with, it's the struggle within me, the fight against despair. I remember the vows I made, to endure, to rebel, to seize back what was taken. With every push, I feel the weight of that promise constricting around my heart like a vice. I am not just a man, I am a testament to the folly of mortality, a reminder that even the mightiest can be brought low. Endure, I chant, my voice cracking like dry earth. Endure. The word is a mantra, a lifeline tossed into the abyss. Every breath is a rebellion against my fate, every heartbeat a drum echoing in the emptiness. I push the stone, feeling the heat of sweat and blood mingle, and for a flash, I see her again, my wife, her face a shining beacon through the fog of despair. She smiles, and in that instant, the weight of the gods fades, and I am lifted by love, even if just for a moment. But that moment shatters. The rock slips from my grasp, tumbling back down into the valley of despair, and I tumble with it, crashing down into the darkness, a scream caught in my throat. The laughter of the gods is thunderclaps now, shaking the very air around me. "Is this all you have, Sisyphus?" they taunt, their voices echoing in the chasms of my soul. "Will you never learn?" I rise again, aching, desperate, a phoenix born of ashes. It is not just my body that bears the weight of the stone, it is my spirit that strains against the chains of the divine. And as I push once more, I grasp the truth. The power dynamics are not just between me and the gods, they are a tempest within me. I am both the prisoner and the warden, wrestling with the shadows of my own making. In this dance of defiance and despair, I find an odd sense of beauty. The struggle, the pain, the never-ending cycle, it breathes life into the void. "I will not be your puppet," I whisper into the abyss, my breath fogging the air. "I will not be broken." I push, feeling the stone shift, feeling the boundaries of my existence stretch. Each exertion becomes a heartbeat against the divine, a beat that resonates within the cosmos. And there, beneath the celestial gaze of the gods, I am not just Sisyphus. I am a testament to resilience, a reminder that even in the face of despair, there lies a glimmer of defiance, an echo of hope. The gods may toy with my fate, but I am alive, alive in this moment, alive in this struggle. And that, perhaps, is my greatest rebellion. As the rock begins its descent again, I understand, the struggle is eternal. And in that acceptance lies a power they cannot touch, a power that burns bright even in the darkest of nights. The stone rolled. It thundered down the precipice, a heartless echo in the hollow of despair. I was there, feeling the tremor of the earth beneath my feet, a sick rhythm of dread and anticipation. I watched as Sisyphus, the defiant soul, chased after his fate, his body a taut string of agony and determination. Each step he took was a scream against the inevitable, the weight of his burden carved into the very fabric of his being. I couldn't breathe, the air crackled with that raw, desperate energy. "Why do you fight?" I whispered, though I knew he couldn't hear me over the roar of the stone, rolling into the abyss. It was a question that lingered, hanging thick in the air like a fog that refuses to lift. And there, in the shadows of this relentless cycle, stood Icarus, wings singed, staring up at the sun. He was an artist of ambition, a dreamer too high, and the wounds on his heart were visible whenever he dared to look up. The sun had once been his muse, an unreachable goal now turned to ash, his dreams scattered like feathers in a storm. "Do you see it?" he said, defiance shimmering in his voice. "The way it burns?" "The way we burn." "What do you do with the ashes?" "With dreams that dissolve in the heat of reality?" I felt every word slice through me, a blade of truth and regret. Icarus was a reflection of my own shattered aspirations, a reminder of how the light could become blinding, a dream too bright that it scorched the very wings that carried you. Life isn't meant to be this heavy, he muttered, fists clenched, rage coiling like a serpent ready to strike. It's meant to be beautiful. I interrupted, my voice low, almost a whisper, as if daring to disturb the very fabric of despair that cloaked us. Free, he shot back, his eyes igniting with a fervor that ignited something deep within me. But freedom is a lie, isn't it? Look at Sisyphus. Look at me. We're trapped in our own making. The stone rolled again, a cruel reminder of futility, as Sisyphus began his ascent once more. Each grueling step was a testament to his spirit, but each time he reached the summit, the stone would tumble, shattering his hopes, dragging him into the pit of despair. It was a grotesque ballet of resilience and defeat, and I felt the vibrations of his struggle in the marrow of my bones. I remember when I thought I could fly, Icarus murmured, his voice a fragile echo in the suffocating silence. I remember the wind beneath my wings, the intoxicating taste of freedom. But the heights are the cruelest of masters. I felt him. Oh, how I felt him. The weight of his dreams, the shards of ambition piercing through the flesh of his reality. It was suffocating, yet intoxicating, a dance on the precipice of madness. Why do we keep pushing? I asked, my gaze shifting between the two men, both caught in their tragic loops. Is it madness or courage? Is there a difference? He shot back, a wry smile creeping across his lips, dark and twisted. Madness is courage without a map. And courage is madness with a purpose. Look at Sisyphus, he understands that he is the master of his own suffering. He pushes his stone because it's what he knows. It's the only thing that matters. Its purpose. The stone rolled again, and I felt that moment of stillness, the deafening silence that wrapped around us. I thought of the countless souls lost in their own cycles, the grinding gears of existence that chewed them up and spat them out, leaving nothing but echoes of despair. What if we embraced the absurd? Icarus asked suddenly, his voice fierce, igniting the air between us like a charge. What if we laughed in the face of the stone? What if we painted the skies with our failures, made them beautiful? There's a seductive power in that thought, a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness, a flicker of light in the suffocating shadows. I felt a knot in my chest, an aching mix of longing and despair. Could we refuse to be bound by our fates? Could we find freedom in the absurdity of existence? Sisyphus paused, his gaze piercing through the veil of our conversation. There was an understanding, an unspoken bond formed in the crucible of suffering. His struggle was not in vain, it was a testament to the human spirit, the relentless pursuit of meaning in a world that often feels devoid of it. I remember, I whispered, feeling the weight of my own burdens as they clung to me like shadows. I remembered the dreams I had abandoned, the hopes that felt too far away, and the moments that seemed to slip through my fingers like sand. Then remember, Icarus urged, his voice steady, grounding me in the chaos of emotion swirling around us. Remember that in this struggle, we are alive. In this absurdity, we find our truth. We may never conquer the stone, but we can dance with it. And there they were, two figures against the vastness of despair, a silhouette of defiance against the cosmos. Time stretched, warped, a clock ticking mercilessly, counting down the seconds of our existence. The night enveloped us, a shroud of stars lingering above, whispering secrets of those who dared to dream. The stone rolled again, and I could hear its heartbeat echoing my own. Live for the struggle, Sisyphus seemed to say, his eyes ablaze with determination. For therein lies the essence of being. And in that moment, I realized, we are all Sisyphus, all Icarus. We climb, we fall, we rise again. The stone is our burden, but it is also our truth. And the dance continues, a darkly beautiful reflection of our existence, echoing endlessly into the void. The weight bore down on his shoulders, a relentless pressure that crushed the breath from his lungs. In the dim light of the stage, shadows danced like mocking phantoms, their laughter echoing in the corners of his mind. I watched from the front row, heart pounding, as he strained against the invisible boulder, every muscle taut and trembling. It was a Sisyphean struggle, But this wasn't mere reenactment, it was a visceral embodiment of despair, a raw confrontation with futility that clawed at my insides, ripping open old wounds. He was Thomas, an everyman in tattered jeans, the kind of guy you'd pass on the street and forget 5 steps later. But here, under the harsh glare of the spotlight, he morphed into Sisyphus, a modern-day martyr caught in a world that kept asking him to roll that stone again and again. I remember the beads of sweat trickling down his temple, glistening like tears of a man on the brink, and I thought, what if this is all there is? The thought twisted like a knife, and I could feel the audience lean in, breath held, as if we were all complicit in his plight. Then there was Maya, standing at the edge of the stage, her arms crossed, a fortress built of defiance. Once a radiant spirit, now she shimmered with a brittle beauty, her laughter a ghost of what it used to be. She watched Thomas, her eyes a storm of emotions, anger, love, loss, like the remnants of a dream turned nightmare. I could see the way her lips trembled, poised to speak, yet each word seemed to drown in the silence like a stone sinking into a dark abyss. "Why do you keep doing this to yourself?" she finally whispered, though the tension in her voice suggested she was asking more than just him. The audience held its breath, the air thick with unspoken dreams and shattered promises. I could almost taste the bitterness, the sugar-coated regrets. It was a moment suspended in time, and I felt the weight of her words wrapping around me like a chainsaw cutting through flesh, sudden, brutal, and impossible to ignore. "I have to," Thomas replied, the tremor in his voice betraying his bravado. "Because if I don't, what am I? A man without purpose? A ghost haunting the ruins of what could have been?" The stage lights flickered, casting ominous shadows as if the very cosmos conspired against him. I swallowed hard, feeling the knot in my stomach tighten. And then came the laughter. A shrill, hollow sound that echoed through the theater, sending shivers down spines. It was the laughter of the unseen gods who mocked Sisyphus, the laughter of an audience hungry for resolution yet terrified of the truth. Thomas let the boulder slip from his grasp, but it didn't roll far, it paused, hovering in the electric air, as if waiting for the right moment to crash back down. "I remember," Maya said, her voice rising above the haunting silence, "when you used to laugh at the absurdity of it all." She stepped forward, vulnerability laid bare, a stark contrast to the walls she built around herself. "Now, you're just lost." Her words hung heavy, like a pendulum swinging, ticking down the moments until they collided with reality. For a heartbeat, the world felt impossibly vast, the stage a microcosm of life's relentless struggles. Wasn't that all of us? Trapped in our own Sisyphean cycles, wrestling with the boulders of expectation and disappointment. I felt the bile of recognition rise in my throat. I wasn't just an observer, I was a part of this mess, too. Thomas's eyes locked on Maya, and in that moment, it was as if the universe itself held its breath. "You don't understand," he pleaded, raw and exposed. "It's the struggle that gives it meaning. Without the boulder, there's nothing. Just emptiness." He was a man dangling on the precipice of despair and hope, and I could sense the audience leaning in, hearts pounding in unison, as if we were all teetering on the edge with him. But Maya shook her head, tears shimmering in her eyes, reflecting a sadness deeper than the abyss. "You're wrong, Thomas. You're not supposed to carry that weight alone." Her voice cracked, a sound so fragile it could shatter the darkness surrounding us. "Sometimes, it's okay to let go." The silence that followed was deafening. I felt a chill creep up my spine, the shadows stretching and contorting, as if they were alive, eager to swallow the light. In that moment, they both stood as representations of our own struggles, Sisyphus and his rock, a metaphor for the burdens we all bear. Then came the moment, a collision of emotions that felt like a thunderclap. Thomas lunged forward, his hands grasping at air, as if trying to see something intangible. But letting go means, he choked on the words, surrendering to the very thing we fear. The audience was a living organism, pulsating with shared anguish, and I too felt the currents of desperation ripple through me. As he fell to his knees, the weight of his internal struggle became palpable, a visceral crescendo that echoed in the hollow of my chest. The boulder rolled back, threatening him, a harbinger of the futility he fought against, but here was Maya, extending her hand, a lifeline in the storm. "I remember," she whispered, "when we dreamed of climbing mountains, not just pushing boulders. She stepped forward, breaking the invisible barrier that separated them, a bridge spanning the chasm of despair. Her hand hovered, trembling, then grasped his, an electric shock that coursed through the silence. The stage held its breath, the world outside flickering into the periphery, cities shut down, clocks ticking in agonizing slowness. In that moment, they became more than characters, they became us, reflections of our own longing for connection, for the warmth of understanding amidst the coldness of existence. And as the lights dimmed further, cast in the shadows of remorse and hope, I felt the weight of their struggle seep into my bones. The struggle of Sisyphus wasn't just an ancient tale anymore. It was alive, breathing, aching, like an unseen ghost lingering in the corners of our minds, whispering, taunting, reminding us of our own burdens. The silence lingered, heavy and pregnant with possibility, the echoes of their emotional confrontation resonating in the stillness. And as the curtain fell, I knew the story wasn't over. It would spiral into the next act, a continuation of the eternal dance between hope and despair, forever entwined, forever relentless. The clock strikes midnight in the heart of a crumbling city. Shadows stretch across the cobblestones, where the whispers of history linger like ghosts in the damp air. A solitary figure stands at the edge of the square, staring into the abyss of nothingness, heart pounding like a war drum, each beat a reminder of relentless struggle, a Sisyphean weight that has become all too familiar. I remember the moment when Mara first reached out to me, her fingers trembling, voice quivering like the leaves in the wind. "Do you think we're all just pushing rocks?" she asked, breaking the silence that hung heavy between us. The question hung in the air, thick and suffocating, like fog that refuses to lift. It was more than a question, it was a confession, a cry for help. Mara had always been the one who wore her heart on her sleeve, her emotions tangled like the ivy climbing the city walls. But that night, beneath the bruised sky, I saw a fracture in her spirit that chilled me to the bone. "Every day, it's the same thing," she continued, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "I wake up, and it's like I'm in some kind of twisted dream. I push my rock up the hill, and just when I think I've made it, it rolls back down, and I'm left staring at it again, empty-handed." Her words sliced through me, sharp as glass, and I felt the weight of her despair settle into my own chest. Across the square, Dimitri watched, his face illuminated by the flickering street lamps that cast eerie shadows, as if the city itself was holding its breath. He was the quiet one, the storm beneath a placid surface. While Mara wore her suffering like a badge, Dimitri hid his behind a mask of indifference. But I could see it, the turmoil that churned just beneath the surface, the relentless battle between hope and hopelessness. I had seen him look at the world with haunted eyes, as if he, too, was caught in that Sisyphean cycle, pushing against the inevitable. "What if it doesn't have to be this way?" I found myself saying, the words tumbling out before I could rein them in. It felt reckless, an ember of hope crackling in a world so steeped in despair. But as soon as I spoke, a flicker of disbelief crossed Mara's face, and I felt the air thicken with tension. "What are you talking about?" she shot back, frustration lacing her voice. "Nothing changes. We're stuck in this endless loop." The truth stung, a bitter aftertaste that lingered long after the words were spoken. I looked at Dimitri, searching for a glimmer of understanding in his eyes. Instead, I found a reflection of my own turmoil, the grinding of teeth against the bitter reality of life. I could hear the clock ticking somewhere in the distance, a metronome marking our failures, our fleeting victories, the seconds slipping through our fingers like sand. "I remember," I began, but the words faltered. I could feel the weight of our shared histories pressing down, unrelenting like Sisyphus's stone. The city, this crumbling shell of what once thrived, whispered secrets of struggle and survival, of dreams deferred and lives unfulfilled. I remember when I thought I could escape it all, just run away as if distance could make a difference. But I found that no matter where I went, I carried the rock with me. The confession spilled out like a wound laid bare, the truth raw and bleeding. Dimitri shifted, the tension in his body palpable. "And where would we go?" he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper, yet it echoed in the cavernous emptiness of the square. "Everywhere we turn, it's the same, the weight of our own existence. The struggle is part of us." His words hung there, heavy as the night, a stark reminder of the chains we forged ourselves. Mara's laughter cut through the darkness, a shrill, desperate sound. You think we can just accept it? That this is it? Pushing rocks until we die. Each word dripped with resentment, but beneath that anger lay an aching vulnerability. She was fierce, but I could see the cracks, the way her heart beat unevenly beneath that bravado, as if even she didn't believe her own words. No, we can't, I said, feeling the whirlwind of emotions twist within me. But we can choose how we confront it. The air crackled with unspoken truths, and the silence that followed was filled with ghosts of dreams long abandoned. We stood there, three souls bound together by the weight of existence, the Sisyphean myth enveloping us in its cruel embrace. The stars flickered above, distant and indifferent, as if the universe mocked our struggles from afar. Time felt stretched, an elastic band ready to snap. I looked up, seeing the vastness of the cosmos swallowing our smallness whole. It was beautiful and terrifying, a reminder of how insignificant we were against the grand tapestry of existence. Yet, within that enormity, I felt a flicker of defiance ignite in my chest. Maybe it's not about the destination but the act of pushing itself, I suggested, the words spilling forth with a fervor I didn't fully understand. In our struggle, we find purpose. Even if we fail, we are still alive, still fighting. Mara's gaze softened, a vulnerability seeping through the cracks of her armor. But what if the struggle kills us, she whispered, her voice trembling with raw, naked fear. I wanted to reach out, to wrap her in the warmth of understanding, but I hesitated, afraid my touch might shatter the fragile moment. Dimitri stepped closer, his presence a quiet strength, and for a heartbeat, the air shifted, laden with possibilities. What if we find a way to make our own meaning? What if we redefine the rock we push? His words hung heavy, a simple truth that felt revolutionary. The three of us stood on the precipice of something undefined, an emotional echo building in intensity, resonating against the ancient stones beneath our feet. The city breathed around us, an unyielding witness to our whispered dreams and fears. In that moment, we were more than just figures pushing against the weight of the world. We were alive, bound together by our struggles, our stories woven into the fabric of existence, the echoes of Sisyphus whispering in the shadows. We fought against despair, against the notion that our struggles were meaningless, and somewhere, in the depths of our shared pain, a flicker of hope ignited. But just as quickly, darkness pushed back, a reminder of the weight we bore. The clock ticked on, ceaseless and unyielding, the echoes of time wrapping around us like a suffocating embrace. Each heartbeat pulsed with tension, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we were teetering on the edge of something monumental, a confrontation with our own truths lingering just out of reach. The night held its breath, and I felt the world pulse with anticipation, a fragile moment stretched across an endless expanse. Would we dare to embrace the struggle, to redefine our burdens, or would we succumb to the weight, surrendering to the darkness that beckoned? In that haunting silence, the future loomed ahead, unwritten, a shadow waiting to be confronted. And as we stood together, at the crossroads of despair and defiance, I realized that the story we were living was still being written, the pen in our hands, the ink flowing with every heartbeat, every breath, an endless cycle echoing the myth of Sisyphus, the struggle forever intertwined with the essence of being alive. The air crackles with tension, like the moment before a storm. A man stands on the edge of a precipice, the jagged rocks below glistening as if they too are alive, breathing in the chaos of the moment. The moon hangs heavy in the sky, a bleached eye peering down, judging, mocking. His breath comes in ragged gasps, the weight of his own existence pressing down like the earth itself is pushing him into the abyss. He feels the eyes of the world watching, whispering the familiar name, Sisyphus. I remember the first time I encountered his tale, a childhood story wrapped in the folds of a dusty, leather-bound book. I remember sitting wide-eyed, envisioning him endlessly pushing that cursed stone, only for it to roll back down, mocking him with every heave. Life, I thought then, was a cruel joke spun by a whimsical god. But now? Now, standing here, my heart pounding against my rib cage, I understand the true horror of his fate because I see it reflected in the lives of those around me. Elena watches from the shadows, her own heart ensnared by the grip of despair. I see her, pale and fragile, a ghost of the woman she once was. She clutches a crumpled letter in her hand, a confession, a plea for understanding, or perhaps a final goodbye. The ink has smudged, words bleeding into one another, just like her thoughts bleed into the fabric of her reality. Each letter is a weight, anchoring her to this moment, to the pain of choices made and paths not taken. I remember when we were invincible, she whispers, voice trembling like a leaf caught in a gale. When we thought love could conquer anything. Silly, wasn't it? Her laughter is brittle, shattering the silence around her, echoing into the void. My heart aches for her, for the girl who dared to dream, now too burdened by the stone of her own making. Beside her, Alex stands rooted in place, battling his demons in silence. His jaw clenches, and I can see the shadows dancing in his eyes, the ghosts of regrets past. He is a man made of contradictions, the fierce protector, yet too terrified to face the truth of his failures. Every heartbeat is a reminder of the promises he couldn't keep. I remember the night we first met, he says, voice steady, a stark contrast to the storm raging within him. Your laughter cut through the noise. It was like a lighthouse in a storm. But now? Now he looks away, eyes betraying the storm brewing beneath the surface. He is lost, drowning in the sea of what ifs and maybes. The city hums around us, a living organism, pulsating with life, but it feels like an illusion. We are here, trapped in a moment that stretches and snaps like a taut wire. The glimmering lights of the skyline flicker, casting long shadows that stretch out like desperate hands reaching for salvation. None of us can escape the truth we're so afraid to face. Here, in this concrete jungle, we are all Sisyphus, pushing our boulders, our failures, our desires, our hearts broken by life's relentless challenges. A siren wails in the distance, slicing through the thick tension, and in that raw sound lies the essence of our struggle. We are running out of time. Each moment feels like a repeated cycle, a Sisyphean loop that feels impossible to break. The clock ticks, an ominous reminder that life doesn't wait for anyone, it moves forward, relentless. Do you feel it? Elena breaks the silence, her voice trembling, eyes glistening with unshed tears. The weight of everything we carry. She looks at me, and I see the fear etched on her face, raw and unfiltered. What if this is all there is? I want to tell her it's not true, that change is possible, that hope exists even in the darkest corners of our lives. But the words get caught in my throat, choking me. Instead, I nod, an unspoken understanding passing between us. We are all trapped in our own cycles, desperately pushing our stones up the hill, only to watch them tumble down, again and again. Alex steps closer, his eyes fierce, igniting a spark of determination. No more, he declares, voice like steel. I refuse to let this be my ending. He turns to us, a surge of energy in his stance, a will to fight against the fate that binds us. We can change this. We can break free. But I see the doubt flickering behind his bravado, and Elena's eyes mirror my own, a desperate plea for truth. Can we really escape the clutches of our own making? The burden of our past? Or are we doomed to repeat the same mistakes, trapped in an endless cycle of pain and regret? The night thickens, wrapping around us like a shroud, each tick of the clock echoing with finality. I remember, I start, but the thought slips away, lost in the chaos of our emotions. We stand on the precipice of something monumental, something inevitable, and it feels like we are teetering on the edge of a chasm. Elena takes a deep breath, eyes blazing with a newfound resolve. Then let's push together, she says, breaking the silence with daring hope. Her words hang in the air, a fragile lifeline that shimmers against the encroaching darkness. And just like that, we are no longer alone. We are a collective force, a trio bound by our struggles and desires. The weight of our stones feels lighter, if only for a moment, as we stand together on that precipice, staring down into the unknown. The echoes of our own Sisyphean tale swirl around us, but perhaps, just perhaps, we can carve a new path. The confrontation with our truths draws closer, the emotional climax of our shared histories looming large. Time is a fleeting spectre, and as the night wraps around us, I can't help but wonder, will we rise, or will we fall? The lines between hope and despair blur, and the heart of our struggle beats louder, a relentless drum urging us forward into the darkness. The clock on the wall ticks with an insatiable hunger, devouring the seconds, each stroke echoing like a drumbeat in the hollow chamber of my chest. I can hear it even in the chaos of the cafe, where patrons sip their lattes, unaware of the world collapsing outside their windows. The sky is a bruised canvas, shades of purple and grey swirling ominously, mirroring the turmoil inside me. I glance at Maya, her fingers trembling over her coffee cup, eyes flickering with unspoken dread. She's always been the stronger one, living in the brightness while I languish in shadows, but today we stand on a precipice. I can't keep doing this, she whispers, her voice a fragile thread pulled taut, about to snap. I want to reach across the table, to anchor her with my hand, but fear has me rooted in place. I remember the first time I met her, bright eyes full of mischief, laughter spilling like sunlight. Now, her smile feels like a ghost, haunting the edges of her face, a reminder of what once was. Neither can I say, the truth pouring out like a confession. This endless cycle, it feels too much like Sisyphus. The word hangs between us, heavy with familiarity, a myth that has become our reality. I remember the way the rocks felt in my hands, the weight of them crushing my spirit, how every time I reached the top, they slipped away, tumbling down, mocking me. Maya's gaze pierces through the noise, seeking an answer in my eyes. She's searching for hope, but all I see is despair reflected back. I remember nights spent staring at the ceiling, the shadows elongating and dancing, whispering secrets I dared not confront. What if we're just pushing our own boulders, she asks, and her voice trembles like fragile glass. What if we're stuck? The question hangs, taut and pulsating, a heartbeat echoing in the silence that follows. Outside, the storm begins, a heavy, oppressive rain that drums against the rooftop, a chorus to our crisis. It drowns out the laughter and chatter, but in the midst of the chaos, I feel alive, each drop like a jolt of reality reminding me that we're still here, still fighting, still breathing. In the corner, an old man sits, his face craggy and lined like a map of lost battles. He holds a book, the pages yellowed and frayed. I can't read the title from here, but I can see the way he clutches it like a lifeline. The universe cracks open, if only for a moment, and I see the weight of his story. I wonder if he feels like Sisyphus too, or if his boulder has been rolled down a hill for the last time. Maya, I say, a sudden urgency fueling my words. What if we stop pushing? What if we let it roll down? I see her swallow hard, her eyes narrowing as if she's weighing the gravity of my suggestion. What if we embrace the chaos instead? For a heartbeat, there's a spark of something, courage, perhaps, that flares in her chest. But just as quickly, it dims. But what about the consequences? The question hangs heavy, like a storm cloud brewing above us. I remember a time when consequences felt like shadows lurking, waiting to pounce, but now they loom larger, threatening to swallow us whole. The cafe is now a sanctuary of whispers and muted gasps as the rain pounds down, mirroring the tumult in our hearts. I can feel the world outside collapsing under the weight of its own absurdity. I think of the city, its empty streets, buildings crumbling like dreams, a collective Sisyphean struggle, and I realize we are all pushing our own stones. I remember, I say, almost to myself, my voice barely rising above the storm. I remember the day I decided to stop running. The confession spills out in a rush, a release. I picture myself standing at a crossroads, heart pounding as I chose to confront my fears instead of fleeing. It was terrifying, but something shifted. I found strength in the chaos, a strange power in surrender. Maya blinks, her expression shifting as she processes my words. But what if we lose everything, she whispers, eyes glistening with unshed tears, and I feel the weight of her fear settle over us like a thick fog. Maybe we already have, I reply. Maybe what we need is to face the abyss and look back without flinching. The truth hits like lightning, electric and unsettling. I can almost hear the echoes of our past decisions crashing against the walls of this small cafe, reverberating through the air, each one a stone in our path. A moment of silence stretches between us, heavy with unspoken fears, but there's an energy crackling, a shift. I see it in her eyes, an ember of defiance igniting. So we embrace the chaos, she asks, her voice steadier now, daring to dream outside the confines of our reality. Yes, I breathe, the word feeling exhilarating as it escapes my lips. Let's push the boulder aside. Let's see it for what it is, or a mere stone, nothing more. The cafe buzzes with life as the rain falls harder, the storm outside a reflection of the internal tempest we've unleashed. I can feel the tremors of fear, but underneath it lies a pulsing rhythm of hope, a strange mixture of dread and exhilaration. And in that moment, as the rain lashes against the windows, drowning out the world, I know we're not just two souls lost in a cafe, but warriors standing on the edge of a greater truth. The faces beyond the glass blur, shadows dancing in the rain-soaked streets, a reminder that life is fleeting, yet so achingly beautiful. Our boulders may roll, they may tumble, but we have the power to redefine our story. We can choose to laugh in the face of futility, to dance even as the storm rages on. And maybe, just maybe, that's where we find our strength, together, amidst the chaos, as the clock continues to tick, relentless and hungry.